Gary?
Just a sec, we're just going live.
Okay. All right. And I'll go with my video here.
Over to you, Revaji.
Well, friends, hello. I was just saying that it's always a good day when we start by being surrounded by family, as I feel I am right at this moment, family from all over the world. My name is Reva Joshi. I'm coming to you today from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I want to begin with a land acknowledgement, as we do in Canada. Edmonton is on Treaty 6 territory and part of the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 4. It's the traditional territory of many First Nations, including Nihauyu, Dene Sulne, Nakota Sioux, Anishinaabe, and Niitsitapi. We're grateful to all of the generations who have taken care of this land and made it possible for us to thrive here today. I want to thank you for joining us, and we expect others to join us as we continue today. This is a teach-in. A teach-in is a little bit different than the kind of webinars that you might be used to, in the sense that it is meant to be a little more fluid, a little more interactive. It's meant to give you an opportunity, to give us all an opportunity to hear from people who are engaged in work, in our case, and work for peace. And we think about this in terms of being part of a complex topic that you will hear about from a number of different perspectives. Today's teach-in addresses specifically education for peace. And the big question I think that we are all trying to address is, how can we work toward creating cultures and societies of peace? We're doing this in part because global attention has once again been focused on the horrors of war because of the war in Ukraine. But I, for one, have been increasingly concerned that the focus has been so strongly on military spending. An increasing military spending is the only solution to what has been going on. I think this is short-sighted. And although I acknowledge the importance of supporting the people of Ukraine through all possible means, I think in terms of the long term, what we need to be doing is thinking about, how do we build a peaceful future? Today, you'll hear from educators and activists from around the world. And in addition to the live presentations, which have been designed to be as interactive as possible, we are also going to have a number of short clips from the season 1 of the Speaking Our Peace podcast, and you'll hear a little bit more about that in a little while. Again, I thank you all for joining us, and we will, I think, begin by inviting our dear Rajaji, Rajgopal, to address us. Now, for those of you who don't know him, he is one of the leaders of the Jagat movement, and he's a person who has really dedicated his whole life to creating peace and justice. We're very lucky to have him with us today, and I offer him the opportunity to address the group and welcome everybody here. Rajaji?
Yes, Reva Ben, thank you very much. I'm in a rural area of Karnataka, that is the southern part of India, and as a result, maybe my connectivity may not be so good, but I am trying, and I hope everybody can hear me from here. Right. So I'm thankful to you for inviting me today. And this is a great honor that I get an opportunity to talk to all of you. A great concern for all of us, the kind of violence, the scale of violence in Ukraine is a great concern for all of us. Whenever there is a huge catastrophe case like that, we feel concerned and sometimes really don't know how to engage in such a situation. But I thought I should come back to you with a small story in which I was involved some years back, because this is not about a theory, this is about practice, that when there is problem, how do we address it? So many years back, when I was 23, we were invited to a region called Chambal in the northern part of India. And Chambal region is cutting across Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. And this is where we had too many bandits. You know, bandits are those like Robin Hoods, killing, kidnapping, robbery. So the region was in complete violence and people didn't know what to do with it. It was happening for many years. And that was a time when a group of young people thought something need to be done. And we began a small center there to initiate some action. But the response was very negative. We began to work and the first thing was a huge attack on our center and a warning that you should get out of this place. But as young people, we could stay on. I mean, we didn't get frightened by this threat. What we understood, this is what I want to bring today in teaching. What we learned is that sometimes the violence is so big, so difficult, that you cannot enter into this directly. So what do? You need to work from the periphery. So this approaching violence from the periphery was something that we learned at that point of time. And then we said, okay, this is a really difficult place, killing, counter killing, kidnapping, ransom. So we can't directly go to people and say, look, end violence. So we began to work with young people, motivating young people to get into other kind of activities. We started creating peace groups in different villages and organizing youth training programs and youth camps for construction of village roads, etc. And all that led to creating a kind of an atmosphere where a dialogue began with the underground groups. To cut the long story short, and this relationship with young people, the villagers and the women in that area, led to communicating with the relatives who are underground, and then the dialogue began in 1972. A mass surrender happened. Mass surrender of weapons happened in the very place where we were attacked in 1970. So imagine 2 years of work, but then we continued for another 8 years for the surrender, rehabilitation of these people, educating their children, etc., etc. Now, what is the story? The story is that there can be violence, huge violence, but if a strategic planning is done, probably you can come to the core only through the periphery. And when I see violence in different parts of the world and people feeling very concerned about how to deal with it, I think it cannot be a concern when there is violence, because when there is fire, it's very difficult to move into the fire. So can we constantly engage in building this periphery, young people, peace groups, so that when there is a problem, we are able to deal with it. So the lesson from, as a welcome note, what I wanted to say is, lesson from this action was that one, to realize that this is going to happen. It can be Myanmar, etc., yesterday and today in Ukraine and maybe Ethiopia. This is going to happen every day in a world where people are wanting to sell piled up arms. You know, they need conflict and violence to make money. So let us realize that this is going to happen in different parts of the world every day. The question is, are we ready? Rather than being concerned about it when violence erupts, can we start preparing for it all over through young people and through social organizations, etc., etc. And my request is also today in this inaugural note is that, like people who are spreading violence, promoting violence, are investing in research, investing in innovation, the people who want to create peace should also start investing in research, innovation, and action. It cannot be only when there is fire that we get concerned. We need to understand this is going to happen, so we need to have the preparatory work happening almost every day. So through this teaching process, what my friend Dr. Reva Joshi is doing, Reva Behan is doing, I think we need to get a larger group of people across the globe ready to act, not for today, telling that, look, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, something is going to happen. So we need to prepare the ground today. And that is what we tried in Chambal region of India. And we are repeating it in many other places, and the results are very, very interesting and positive. So I hope Ukraine may look very difficult today, but maybe Georgia, Abarcia will begin tomorrow. Are we ready for it? Can we prepare ourselves to deal with the coming conflicts and problems in the world? Will be something very, very important for us to think and network across the globe to deal with emerging problems. So with that note, on the way in a forest, I'm lucky that I got this connectivity. I want to thank everyone who is participating in this process, and I wish all the best, because this teaching process is going to involve a lot of people, interesting people, in taking this agenda forward. Thank you very much, Reva Behan, and everybody else in the group. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajaji. That was so such wonderful words and an important reminder of that process that you conducted in Chambal. I'm going to turn it over to my co-host for today, Gary, to do the next introduction.
Thank you so much, Revaji. Good evening and welcome, friends. My name is Gary and I am your co-host for the day. Thank you, Rajaji, for this very deep insight that you provided. And the way what I've understood of these is that uh, that violence is actually curable. It's not a disease, but it's a symptom arising out of socioeconomic model that is being followed today in the world. Disparity in any way, whether it's resources, income, food, or power, brings in more frustration, and it ignites more war, ignites more hatred. So we need to see peace as a way of life, and really need to start investing into peace education, into peace democracy, and into peace and non-violent economy. Thank you very much, Rajaji, for this wonderful input from your side. And friends, if you may allow me now to introduce you to my very dear friend from Canada, Priya Joshi. Priya was raised by parents with large heart and big ideas, who actually come from the families of the same. These gifts have informed everything she has chosen to do professionally, including work from AmeriCorps serving youth in her community, to her current work as a horse trainer in Redmond, USA. Priya is a member of Speaking Up Peace podcast team, and in all her free time, she also supports and engages with nonviolent protests and activism in her home city of Seattle. So, having said this and having introduced Priya, I welcome you here.
Thank you very much, Gary. Is my audio okay? Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you. Okay, great. I'm just here to introduce the clips that you're going to hear today in between our wonderful presenters. Between each presenter who's going to be speaking today, you'll hear small clips from the Speaking Our Peace podcast. The idea for the podcast was born when I was sitting around a table, just replete with people who knew more than me and who were planning and scheduling and creating actions for peace right before my eyes. As I'm sure anybody here can relate to, when you were sitting around people who are taking action, it's extremely inspiring. And in my mind, all I could think was, what can I do? How can I help? And having a little bit of experience with radio, I was really excited to share that feeling of inspiration with listeners from anywhere in the world through the podcast medium. So the podcast was born as an idea to share and give everybody the opportunity to sit at the table that I just had while I was in India while the Jai Jagat March was being planned. All I wanted people to feel was how I felt in that moment. And that podcast did not really have any frame or structure or even like life, until I was introduced to Annie Luck and Ashima Vishnoi by my aunt Reva. When the four of us would meet over Zoom during the early pandemic, we began to inspire each other and to work tirelessly to bring these stories to life. And after countless hours of interviewing, editing, and recording ourselves, the four of us who had never made a podcast before, were able to really create something truly special. So I'm really excited for you all to hear those words that we recorded almost 2 years ago now. So in between each speaker, you will hear small clips from the podcast. But if you are interested in hearing more, you can visit our website. The podcast is called Speaking Our Peace, and the website is www.speakingourpeace.com. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We are going to be creating a new season, but all of our previous season is available anywhere you listen to podcasts. So I hope that you enjoy what you hear today and feel as inspired as we do. Thank you.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Peace podcast. I'm Annie Luck. In this highlight, we'll hear Julie Christensen, a retired professor from George Mason University, talk about how we need to be creative when looking for ways to promote peace and nonviolence, especially when conflicts seem to be everywhere we look. But how do you actually talk to people when they're just so bombarded by the amount of violence that they see on a day-to-day basis? How do you talk about peace and violence and, balance that with conflict resolution?
Let me just, Irakli is going to answer that better than I can, but I just want to add a few things here. One of the things that one of my friends and colleagues, Susan Allen, is in ICAR now, is in the SCAR, whatever, the school, and she's been working in the Caucasus and conflict with first the Georgians and and Abkhaz and then Ossetians, and I've seen her bring people together in a they usually have to take them out of the country, away from there, in a new setting. The other thing that's really problematic here is that Russia is playing such a huge role in this whole thing. And if you don't have Russia at the table, you can have the Georgians and the Abkhaz, or the Georgians and the Ossetians talk as much as you want. But if you have somebody, kind of seeding conflict from outside, it really is complicated. I was just thinking about Gandhi in a way, and that, it was a nonviolent movement on his part, but it was a liberation movement. It was a fairly national liberation movement. Now, on the other hand, there were different peoples, so it wasn't just one nation. It wasn't one nationality, right? But that's easier, I think. Here, it's very complicated because you've got these various peoples. Look at Nagorno-Karabakh, where both sides, Azerbaijan and Armenia, both claim this as, their old ancient territory, the same way as you have in the Middle East, with Israel and Palestinians, and then you have other big powers, which we're very worried about. Turkey, Russia, involved in this, and then you have the United States and France backing off, and how are people going to talk to each other? I think one of the things about the school at George Mason I like is that people are trying and writing books and trying to talk about what might work and how you could organize it and what kinds of questions do you ask and how much can you push people? Or, we used to talk a lot about having children's camps if you have children from various, groups that are at war. But if the children can grow up together with each other without their parents, maybe we could do something with that. So I think we have to think creatively, because our goal is peace. We don't want anybody fighting. We want to stop the fighting. But on the other hand, when you do that, there are other people who may take great advantage of the peaceful people, right?
Thanks for listening. If you're interested in hearing the full episode with Julie and Iwakli Kakabadze on their work in the South Caucasus, please look for Speaking Our Piece wherever you pick up your podcast, or from our website, speakingourpiece.com. We'd love to hear from you. You can email us at speakingourpiece@gmail.com or follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Our Peace Podcast. See you next time.
So that gives you a little bit of a sense of the podcast. And just so that you are aware, we are recording today, and we will be hopefully using some of the clips from today in the upcoming season. So now we're going to our first actual presentation of the day, and who better to start off this process than Jill Carr-Harris, Dr. Jill Carr-Harris. She is one of the leaders of the Jagat movement. She's an educator and an activist, and she is really helping to bring the relevance of Gandhi to today, especially in areas like gender equity, education, leadership, and the economy. And we're going to hear a little bit about some of that work from Jill now. And I'm just going to ask people to please turn off their videos, because Jill is also in a kind of remote area where her connection is not so good, and we want to make sure that we get the best possible reception for her. So thank you. And Jill, over to you.
Thank you, Jai Jagat. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being part of this teach-in today. I want to thank particularly Dr. Reva Joshi and the Speaking Our Peace team, Priya, Annie, Ashima, for making this teach-in possible. I think I remember way back when teach-ins during the era of working on disarmament and peace in the 1980s, we used to have teach-ins. And I'm so delighted it has been brought back, because this is a very important time where we're facing so much conflict and violence. So it provides a wonderful platform. Thank you, team, the Speaking Our Peace team. I wanted to say that the first podcast that you just saw, Julie Christensen and Irakli Kakabadze, took place in Georgia. And it was Georgia, being in the South Caucasus, is on the other side of the Black Sea from Ukraine. And the Georgians, I've been in touch with them very much recently concerning the deep fear and the deep polarization that is happening in their society because of the Ukraine war. And the fact that Georgia, like Ukraine, is not a member of NATO, and they also have Russian occupation on their territory. So I want to begin and say that I think this teach-in is at a very timely moment for Georgians and people who are deeply affected on the outskirts, and also for the people who are directly related to this war. It is horrific. And on the face of it, there's little justification for so many loss of lives. I think as a mother and as a woman, I'm sickened and pained by the violence that I see. And I feel that so much is being perpetuated on a group of people in a senseless war that is not really their choice. Yet, as a trainer in nonviolence and a peace educator, I realize that these moments teach us about many things. Some of those include courage and standing up for the things we believe in. Another important learning that I have been experiencing over the last 50 plus days in watching this war has been the understanding of the deep structural violence that we see, of course, with large arms sales that was mentioned by Rajgopalji, and a tremendous vested interest in having war. And this takes us back to realize that sometimes we need these moments to face structural violence to reassert and reaffirm the importance of peace, which I know we're going to be doing in the next 4 to 4.5 hours with so many important people who are all here today. I want to say that Gandhi, and having been deeply influenced by Gandhi, one of the things he used to say is violence is a better option than cowardice. And I think he was trying to express that the fear of violence expressed in passivity or denial can be counterproductive and actually even worse than the expression of violence. And the people who do express this fear and become very passive and silent, as we see many people across the European and North American and Indian subcontinent where I am right now, this silence is allowing people to become co-opted. So between silence and violence, we have to find an active nonviolence, not just a passive one. And in finding active nonviolence, we can stand up for what we genuinely believe to be true, and not just give in for the sake of protecting what we see as our perceived security. So this is a big lesson. And I'm hoping that different peace actions which people are doing, some of those voices will resonate to that people are not being co-opted, that they're continuing to stand up with an active nonviolence to face conflict, whether it's in Ukraine right now or in other conflict areas or in other areas suffering conflict. There's 3 things I wanted to communicate in the teaching of nonviolence, which I've been a part of in India for many years, that we look at 3 things related to nonviolence. We look at it as a principle, we look at it as a strategy, and we look at it as an action. And in our discussions with youth today, in our non-formal education, which we do mostly rather than formal education, we try to bring forward a notion that it's really important in active nonviolence to stand firmly on something, a sense of truth that you believe in, that you truly believe in and are willing to fight for, but you do that in a nonviolent way. And let's say this is something we talk with young people and they say, is this a kind of intention? Yeah, it's a sustained intention. An intention, for instance, like living a nonviolent life. We may not achieve complete nonviolence or peace in any given moment in life, but it's an intention, search for being more nonviolent. And that intention, when it is when you really deeply and firmly are prepared to fight for it, is how do you express it nonviolently? You do it through communication and through expression. So you can be really angry about injustice, which is fair enough. We need to be upset in order to motivate ourselves, but we do not need to provoke and to speak in violent terms for justice. We can speak about it non-violently. This comes through training, where anger is controlled, and anger over injustice is somewhat controlled so we can have massive impact in our active nonviolence. And also, people who are actively nonviolent tend to reflect their nonviolence in a chosen lifestyle, a lifestyle that expresses that one wants to struggle, but also one wants to do it in a way that is not harming others while you're struggling against those who are being harmed. So back to Ukraine, we struggle against the injustice of how we see that struggle, but we do it in a way that maximizes our inner force, our inner principle for what we believe. And I think this is why many young people say, oh, that's the Gandhian phrase, be the change you want to see in the world. It's you want to act this feeling of nonviolence against injustice and see it as firmly something you will fight for because you believe in it. That's where it's a principle. But of course, when you fight for something, you need a way of organizing yourself to struggle and to build change. And we know there is violent struggle going on in Ukraine today, but there's also nonviolent struggle. There are people who are standing in front of tanks. There are civilians that are continuing to live in spite of having the option to leave, or who are coming back to be there, to be present, to be part of that change for peace. You know, we often think in India, where I'm right now in northern Karnataka, in southern India, and I'm going to describe that in a minute, but this is the land where Gandhi led his freedom struggle. And clearly he carried out a very difficult struggle against the British, and he did it non-violently, not, you know, very differently than Martin Luther King against racial injustice, or Nelson Mandela against the transition away from apartheid. But these sustained campaigns, which they led, did not last for a few minutes. In violence, things move very quickly. You can bring ways of harming other people very quickly into play. But those who have a deep, active nonviolence, a way of wanting to express that in a campaign or struggle with other people, do that over a longer period of time. It is a sustained intention of a group. Those are the strategies which nonviolence allows us to express active nonviolence against injustice. If we really believe that the human security is a better way, as the many Georgians would like to see, less polarization in their societies near Ukraine, where they have to choose between one side or the other. They want to sustain campaigns where they can express the way they move to peace. I think the great campaign which Irakli Kakabadze, which you just heard, worked on a sustained nonviolent campaign for peace, was through peace zones. And you didn't hear that in that part of the speaking our piece. I recommend that you go and hear the full interview to see how they sustain an active nonviolent campaign against the forces of conflict that have been created by the larger powers of Russia and NATO, and how they're trying to find peace within that scenario. Another kind of campaign which shows active nonviolence is something that we're working right now, right here. So I just wanted to introduce you to that. We are talking right now with many people as we are traveling through in what we call a yatra, a trip. You know, when you move, you do education because you're talking to people and working with them on an aspect of nonviolence. And the aspect we are working on right now here is on nonviolent economy. Now, what does this nonviolent economy mean? It means we're trying to find ways to do economic activities that brings us a greater cooperation and greater sensitivity to the earth, so we don't have to violate the earth's resources to gain a livelihood. We can live in harmony with nature. We don't have to compete and fight in a competitive economic world. We can find ways to cooperate. So this is what we're right now doing. We're moving through hundreds of kilometers of area, looking at how people are moving from violent monoculture, violent industrial agriculture to non-violent organic agriculture or natural farming. We're looking at how people are building industries that are small scale using appropriate or intermediate technologies and not simply depending on large technological systems. Nonviolent economy, there is no more important thing than technology, but it needs to be that does not direct us, but that helps build a nonviolent economy. So we're having these many discussions with groups of people over 1,500 kilometers. So we're moving in a car. This is an educational tool, if you will, in building nonviolence and nonviolent education. by talking to people and saying, showcasing some of the nonviolent economic experiences that people are having. And I just want to give one example of where we are today. We are in a beautiful campus, and this campus is producing textile from cotton, and it is creating employment for 800 poor women in the villages who now have livelihood in terms of weaving and sewing this cotton into garment. But this cotton is being naturally dyed, and we're using natural as opposed to chemical dyes. So that dye, when it goes down into the water, does not create toxicity, but creates an adequate water supply for people. And that natural dyeing creates beautiful cloth that people can wear, that does not stain, which does not run, that does not create any problem when it is no longer of use and goes into the earth again. So this is a place that is looking at a nonviolent economy production process. And it is done in a beautiful campus where the trees are all around, the houses are made of mud, the people eat all natural foods. So it is creating a climate of good health, of good environment, and of a sustainability. So when you bring together, and this is where I'm slowly going to bring my presentation to a close, when you bring in more equal relationships, like our 800 poor women who are now being seen within the marketplace because they're able to get income for this cloth to feed their families and to bring them up. I have been so happy to see that many of their children have all gone to university and are leading lives in advancing the families. Their influence on their children is to show them that they have found a way of doing economic activity that is bringing equality, sustainability, and also peace. And these are the kinds of economies that we need to build. And that is why we're on this educational tour. And if I had better internet, I would have introduced you to the Africans who are here, the people from Europe and Canada who have come all the way to come on this tour with Indian friends to see these wonderful processes like charaka, the name of the group here, charaka, meaning spinning wheel, this beautiful production of natural dyed cloth. So friends, our Georgians, when they were talking about peace zones and wanting to bring this to the Ukrainian-Russian struggle, how to build not only demilitarized zones, but zones of peace building, they were thinking of also introducing people to a nonviolent economy. When you have nonviolent economy, you tend to have more nonviolent governance. And this creates those cultures and societies of peace that Reva spoke about earlier. And we need a long-term plan. And as Rajgopal said, working on the periphery to bring people together in order to build societies that are peaceful and based on peaceful processes, whether it's women producing cotton or farmers producing organic agriculture or others making producer and consumer come together with greater fairness and justice. So I want to conclude by thanking the hosts for giving me some time to speak today, and to also say that we invite all friends who want to participate in any of our nonviolent programs. We welcome your interaction in future, and we do this in the spirit of bringing peace, not only to India and to your countries, but also to Ukraine and Russia. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Jai Jagat.
Thank you so much, Jill. I'm going to turn it back to Gary for the next audio clip.
Okay, friends, now we're going to listen to an audio clip from Speaking Our Piece, which is about a beehive collective. So here I share the clip with you.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Peace podcast. I'm Andy Luck. In this highlight from the episode Building Peace Through the Arts, Sakura Saunders from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, talks about the work of the Beehive Collective. By using art, the Beehive Collective works with communities around the world, bringing education, resistance, and activism together.
So I'm part of the Beehive Design Collective, and we are a wildly motivated, all-volunteer activist art collective dedicated to cross-pollinating the grassroots by creating collaborative, anti-copyright images for use as educational and organizing tools. We work as word-to-image translators of complex global stories shared with us through conversations with affected communities. And so art for us is a medium of education. And we have many different types of workshops that we do. Some are picture storytelling, that is to teach people complex global issues so that they remember. But we also do more collaborative art trainings and things like that. And that's where we teach people kind of our techniques for creating these images. And the Beehive Collective has many iterations around the globe. So in Colombia, our Beehive Collective member there, he embeds himself in various movements and does things that engage, in particular the youth, in things like mural creation and things like that as a component of resistance and social movements. And where we discovered art as a very effective tool for education and popular education.
Thanks for listening. If you
And going ahead, I would like to invite Catherine Winkler, who's from Nova Scotia, Canada. She has been working together with educators dedicated to peace, ahimsa, and justice. Uh, and The motivation for a livable planet for all comes from students and teachers that she has encountered, as well as her 6 grandchildren, and of course, 2 who are on the way. So, welcome, Catherine.
Thank you very much, Scotty, and I'm hoping that you will start the slideshow. I may turn off my video at some point because of the instability. So if you start the slideshow, we can go ahead. Thank you. Welcome to all participants far and wide. We are stretching peace around the globe today. Our borders are porous like water. We can seep into each other's streams of understanding and flow together. So the first slide, if you continue on the next one, please. The next slide, Gadi, thank you. I'm so grateful that I can enter this space and be with my sisters and brothers in India and across Turtle Island.
I request all the panelists present here to please turn your cameras off, as some of the friends that we have today with us have a bad internet connectivity. So if I may request everyone to turn their videos off except for the person who is delivering the session. Sahil Singh, if I may please request you to turn your camera off.
Thank you. I may turn mine off too, Gotti. What do you think?
Yeah, if you have a bad connection, I guess turning it off is a better option.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So again, I'm grateful that I can enter this space and be with my sisters and brothers in India and across Turtle Island in the present and also in memory. I have an artwork here from Shiopur from 2011. Here on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean in Nova Scotia, I bring my greetings from this territory, the unceded traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. If you can enter your territory or your city, please take a moment so that we can virtually share a namaste, a masalama, and a jai jagat. My name is Catherine Winkler. I'm a retired teacher and, as Gotti mentioned, a grandmother of 6 grandchildren and 2 on the way. I consider myself a feminist, abolitionist under construction, acknowledging that climate justice and racial justice are feminist principles for nonviolence and peace. And I would like to dedicate this talk to 2 teachers that you see here, Joan Smith and Karen Hudson, both involved in the projects that I'm presenting. 3 key ideas that I hold dear are interdependence, imagination, and commemoration in educating for peace. And I hope to touch on them today. But if you go to the next slide, please, Gotti. Next slide. The next slide is a winter scene, just to remind you, as it is spring now, that change is possible. Now we have birds making nests outside. And the next slide, please, Gotti. The next one will be a bit of a surprise. These are kitchen tools. Interdependence is interactive. If we were together, we would probably be doing a cooperative exercise right now. And collective skills and co-creation is essential in peace education. Not one of these projects would have succeeded without many hands and hearts working together. So if you take a look at all these things, for each of us, just like our students, our skills and contributions aren't static, they change, but together we can cook up some wonderful plans. So just for fun, imagine yourself as a kitchen utensil or tool. Which would you be? How can you describe your way of acting for peace? Are you perhaps agitating for peace, which is my title? And if I would add mine today, then which of these instruments that I relate to would be the whisk? Adding some fun and play in our pursuit of peace while the world weighs heavy on our shoulders can be a source of strength. So do you measure your energy? Do you like to heat things up? Do you mix, support, grate, get rid of the big problems and sift them through? Just add your idea. And next slide, please. We'll continue. Thank you for participating. Here are the themes and here are the projects. I'm going to begin with the first one, the Peace Poppies. Peace Poppies, the next slide, please. We work for peace in and through relationships. And rather than upholding a culture of domination and exploitation, our way to peace leads through love and compassion. Art and beauty can render us sensitive to this interdependency and how it shapes our futures. On a practical level, for teachers, for all of us, find your mentors. Share your work in any way that you can. Next slide, please. We hand out peace poppies at rallies. And this is a way for Nova Scotia Voice of Women for Peace to share our dedication to demilitarize, decarbonize, and to disarm the world. Next slide, please. This is some information that we handed out at the most recent activity. And Najaji mentioned how the world continues to arm itself. We don't budget for peace. We need to budget for peace. We're budgeting for war. And this is in particular against Lockheed Martin. Canada is buying 88 F-35 fighter jets. The F-35 is produced by Lockheed Martin, which also built the Enola Gay that dropped the nuclear bomb on Hiroshima. But one fact about these fighter jets, they have nuclear capability, and they carry 4-barrel guns that can shoot 3,300 rounds per minute. Very sobering thought. Next slide, please. Does it seem like an impossible task to disarm the world? I threw this in because I thought it was a teachable moment. Our charka, our spinning wheel, and Voice of Women for Peace is a crochet hook. But this, I just couldn't give up this opportunity of having these juxtaposed images. On the bottom of my slide, I made a typo. Instead of spinner, I put spinner. So my apologies to Boris. Next slide, please. The White Poppy campaign began in 1933 by the Women's Cooperative Guild as a definite pledge to peace, that war must not happen again. And this Peace Poppy campaign has continued around the world and continues to this day by peace activists. How would these women respond to the news they hear now? Media spreading stories about predicting a third world war, as families in both Russia and Ukraine are again losing loved ones. I also wanted to mention that Lockheed Martin's profits have already risen by 20% since the war in Ukraine, and over the period in Afghanistan, they made over 1,000% increase in profits. Next slide, please. We place these wreaths in memorial to victims of destruction. And next one. Next slide, please. A back one. Sorry, Gutty. So the last image is of our celebration, our Peace Poppy celebration. If you could go to the last slide, please. Thank you very much. And we've covered a cannon here with a shroud, with a hand-knit shroud. And this is on a day of remembrance. And I just want to acknowledge here Dr. Afua Cooper. She's wearing the purple headdress, and she spoke at this event. She is the co-author of the Lord Dalhousie Report on Slavery and Race, published by the University of Dalhousie here. And Voice of Women for Peace read this report online. And this leads into the next project. Next slide, please. When we read this, we individually asked ourselves, how do we respond to Black Lives Matters in our work? And as an educator, I learned about the erasure of history in Canada, our history of slavery. And this led to the hashtag 1792 project and the second theme of imagination. Next slide, please. So the 1792 project began as an art installation, and the question was, how do we bring history to life? This is an erased history. 1792, the year 1792, on the 15th of January, 15 ships left from Halifax Harbor, which is here on my doorstep, literally, to Sierra Leone. And it is the largest single exodus of African descendants returning to the continent of Africa. And this journey was never taught. And as an immigrant myself who came on a boat, I felt connected to this story. My family left behind their roots, were uncertain of what lay ahead. There were challenges and disappointments. So the question we wanted to raise and invited participants was, what message would you send to those who left? They were self-liberated individuals who came to Nova Scotia after the American Revolution. Promises that were given were broken here. Land was not given, and the promise of liberation was not fulfilled. So the journey was undertaken. It's a journey of courage and also of failure of community. And as is war and armament and racism that continues. And this failure of community and government to provide safe haven was the fuel for this project, to challenge this history and to commemorate it. And so we invited students to participate, and it has grown as a project. Next slide, please. And Gadi, you can just scroll through these slides now because that's fine. Just keep going. There were activities for students at the site. There's a book of letters. So we're asking for over 1,000 letters by students. We're at 700. Keep going. That's great. Students participated by making ships. So it was very expansive and dynamic, and it grew, and it will continue across Canada. We've asked local municipalities to issue proclamations, which they have done. Out of the 49, over about 30 have. We did art projects related to it. We printed flags. Yes, go ahead and scroll through. We posted them on the anniversary of on the 15th of January of the departure, and then we also had a celebration on March 11th, which commemorated the arrival of the ships in Sierra Leone, which the mayor of Freetown, she joined us virtually on a live stream. So beautiful works, beautiful participation, and a plan to continue, because these are conversations around racism that we all, and erased history that we all need to pursue. Key to the success of the program was consultation with community leaders. Dr. Lynn Jones in particular, who had worked with children on a book, R is for Reparations, that became the core document. None of this would have happened without Principal Karen Hudson and her students, who believed in the importance of this 230th anniversary and bringing history to life. I'm just going to quote the Nova Scotia's union president, quote, "Because teachers are viewed as moral and social leaders within our community, we must embrace now wholeheartedly the work of tearing down anti-Black racism. It cannot wait any longer." So I'm going to ask you just to move on to the last project. I love this artwork by the students. Oh, right here. I do want to share that last quote, and that is that these two pieces have got to come together for me to make a really good impact. It's good to educate, but if we don't share, what good is it? And this is by a descendant of Black loyalists, Mary Desmond, who lives here in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Gary. And the next slide, please. The last project I'd like to bring to you is called Peace, Not Bombs. And this project, go ahead, is on the theme of commemoration. How do we bear witness to suffering and loss? This project is a commemoration. Fatma, one of the women who was a key organizer, reminds me that, quote, "I cannot stop every bomb, but I can bear witness to the shattering of dreams and lives and bring attention to the causes of adjustment." So this is one of the original works to commemorate the 38 children who died in Yemen, children who were killed by a bomb attack, by a Lockheed Martin bomb on a school trip. And how do we work with this history? Canada is presently involved in purchasing those fighter jets. We must make this connection between defunding militarism and to end the violence of state aggression. So the next slide, please. Nova Scotia Voice of Women does not have the answers to the endless armed conflicts that continue to plague the planet, but through commemoration and an ethic of love and care, we hope viewers will explore the connection between arming the world and the suffering of families. This project took place virtually through the mail. We mailed pieces of cloth out. The feathers on the bird that are on the banner have the names of the children in Arabic and English. We got together once in Halifax, and this is a picture of us sewing. On the right, Maria Jose is sewing hearts onto the cover for the banner during the time that we were stitching. The remains of children were found at a residential school in British Columbia. Next, please. So we're using this now as a way to connect military spending and mourning. Here is on the right, we hung the banner in front of the public library. On the left, we handed out postcards of the banner asking participants to send them to politicians. Next slide, please. And the banner has a schedule of displays starting at one of the universities here. And we hope to engage with people who come and take a look at it. And you can see people have white peace poppies in their hands. Next slide, please. And just scroll through, Gary, please. And here's an example of the feathers, and here's the banner as it is complete, surrounded by squares that women made, and each one of those squares has a story to tell. Next slide, please. So I'd like to end here. The voice of truth, the voice of peace education works when we act together. Explore the truth, create cultures of ahimsa and understanding in our classrooms. Here in Canada, First Nations women and girls were thought of as disposable, not only their ideas, but their words, their language, their bodies. The truth is that they are the life givers, the storytellers, the history keepers, the prophets, and the matriarchs. And I'm quoting from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls report. The fallout of colonialism is like a fallout of a nuclear war, a winter without light. Finally, I hope that these ideas of interdependence, imagination, and commemoration are a spark in the light of your work, ending with Canadian icon Margaret Atwood, where she says, "A word after a word after a word is power." I thank you for your words today, for this opportunity, and the power of peace that we share. Send me a message and I'll send you a white peace poppy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And now to take the teaching ahead, I have a video here on optimism by Maya. We'll have a look at it and then I'll hand it over to Revaji.
This is a highlight from Speaking Our Peace podcast. I'm Annie Luck. In the season premiere episode of Speaking Our Peace, Maya Sotoro Ng, an educator and activist from the United States, talks about how she keeps her optimism as she works with the different communities to tackle challenges that sometimes feel insurmountable.
Well, I am fortunate to work with young people and to have that as a central mission. And young people really get it. They're very inclusive. They know climate change is real. They have a desire to cast the net widely, and they don't accept as readily that things are the way they are inevitably. And they really see the possibilities of conflict transformation, and they help me to retain a sense of optimism. But also the emphasis of action in all of these initiatives is very helpful. If I start feeling despondent about climate change, but then I am working with the community to think about how we can help farmers and increase food sustainability, if I am bringing together, communities from the Compacted Free Association and Micronesians with Hawaiians, and thinking about how we can engage in different definitions of hospitality. If I'm looking at, building better urban spaces that are more sustainable. If I am in schools talking about personal choices and the ways that we can impact, or how to push policy, and all of those endeavors, I'm not working to save the world. I'm working to save myself and to retain a sense of optimism, because I can see that there's so much that we can do. And even if I don't have the climate science, for instance, that is needed to invent mechanisms for carbon capture, I can still do a great deal to feel empowered and to feel as though I am making a contribution.
Thanks for listening. If you're interested in hearing the full episode with Maya, please look for Speaking Our Peace wherever you pick up your podcasts, or from our website, speakingourpeace.com. We'd love to hear from you. You can reach us at speakingourpiece@gmail.com or follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Our Peace Podcast. See you next.
Thank you, everybody. And now we have a very special guest. Not that everybody isn't special in all of this, but I think we are going to engage for the first time in this group with a dear an important colleague, Ziad Medouk from Palestine. He is a professor of French in Gaza. He's the founder of the Department of French at Al-Aqsa University. He's a poet, he's a writer, he's a researcher. He teaches teachers and young people in Gaza. He is the author of a number of books and publications, and he is an excellent worker for peace. Ziad will be presenting to us in French, and so we have also, very fortunately, Philippe Blanchet, who is from France but is in India today, and he is specialized in the field of environment. He's engaged in organizations acting for an ecological and social transition, as well as nonviolence and peace, and is a very important member of our Jagat family. So Philippe will translate for Ziad, and I will turn it over to Ziad and Philippe.
Good morning. Thanks for this presentation. I am sorry, I speak only French. I don't speak ni Arabic ni English because I am French teacher in University of Gaza for French. Donc, traduit, merci beaucoup Philippe, merci beaucoup pour tout le monde, réunis tous. C'est un plaisir pour moi d'être avec vous depuis Gaza pour parler d'un sujet très délicat, très sensible en même temps.
Thank you to all. I'm very happy to participate in this meeting, and I am going to speak to you about a very delicate and sensitive subject in relation with Gaza. Karim, tu peux y aller.
Parce que c'est difficile. Pourquoi sens de la paix au milieu de la violence?
It's difficult for me to speak about peace in the middle of violence. It seems that
Mais c'est toujours un plaisir de participer à ces rencontres et échanges même virtuels pour échanger, pour avoir l'expérience et pour montrer qu'à Gaza, il y a une volonté, il y a des gens qui résistent par la non-violence et qui œuvrent pour la paix.
Yeah, and I take pleasure, nevertheless, I take pleasure to participate in this type of exchange, even if it is through Zoom, to show that in Gaza, there are people who are fighting against violence and for peace.
En 2019, j'ai sorti un livre en France intitulé Être non-violent à Gaza.
In 2018, I published a book in France, To be a non-violent in Gaza.
Beaucoup d'observateurs, beaucoup de spécialistes et beaucoup de lecteurs, ils ont dit ça, c'est utopique.
Many observers, readers, intellectuals say this is totally utopic.
Pourquoi? Parce que c'est pas seulement difficile, mais presque impossible d'être non-violent.
Because it's very difficult, nearly impossible to be non-violent in Gaza.
Si on va parler de Gaza, ça veut dire qu'à Gaza, il n'y a pas de vie, il n'y a que de la guerre, la violence, le blocus, l'humiliation, les difficultés.
If we speak of violence of Gaza, there is no life. There is only violence. Sorry, I forgot the other point. Violence.
Humiliation, occupation, blocus.
Occupation,
humiliation.
humiliation.
Voilà. Mais je voulais parler dans ce livre, voilà, de la volonté et la détermination civile et de la population de défier le blocus, défier l'occupation par des actions non violentes.
But I wanted to speak in this book of the action of the population and the will of the population to act against blows, act against the violence.
Première question, pourquoi la non-violence à Gaza?
First question, why non-violence in Gaza?
J'ai appris de l'ex-président de défi Jean-Marie Meller, qui est décédé donc décembre 2021.
So I learned from a member of the French organization, MAN, Movement for Nonviolent Action, Jean-Marie Muller, who died a few months back.
Être non-violent, c'est pas être non-violent, c'est un courage, c'est une cause noble avant tout. C'est pas une faiblesse.
He learned from Jean-Marie Muller that to be a non-violent, not to be shy. It's need determination, it's need courage.
C'est vrai, le contexte à Gaza, il ne facilite pas les tâches des protagonistes pour moi de la non-violence.
The context in Gaza do not make it easy to promote non-violence. Yeah, c'est good.
La tâche la plus difficile pour nous, c'est l'occupation qui provoque les non-violents comme nous, qui provoque la population.
Sorry, Jad, I didn't hear. C'est l'occupation qui
provoque les non-violents comme nous. L'occupation israélienne qui provoque.
The Israeli occupation provoke people who are non-violent like Ziad.
Parce que chaque fois qu'on avance dans les œuvres pour la paix, il y a l'occupation qui détruire tout.
Yeah, each time they make some progress in the direction of peace, the occupation is destroying what they have done. Yeah.
Par exemple, il y a 2 jours, il y a des bombardements sur Gaza.
For example, 2 years there was some bombing on Gaza.
Donc nous, avec les équipes jeunes, on est allé faire une activité de soutien psychologique dans les écoles pour les enfants, pour les rassurer après ce bombardement.
So they went with he went with a group of youth in the schools to give some assurance, to give some peace to the children in the schools.
Et ça, c'est un travail qu'on a commencé depuis 2014, depuis presque 8 ans maintenant.
A work they have started since 2014.
Pendant nos activités, les enfants qui étaient très heureux d'avoir des jeunes qui les accompagnent, il y a eu un nouveau bombardement.
And as I were conducting the activity to reassure youth, to give them some confidence, at the very time they were doing this, there was a new bombing.
Donc, on a regardé dans les yeux des enfants et leur question qui est légitime, à quoi ça sert la non-violence et la paix dans ce contexte de guerre et de bombardement.
And so they could see in the eyes of the children question, what does it mean to be nonviolent and to promote peace in this context of war and bombing?
Sans oublier les différentes offensives israéliennes qu'ils ont détruites, soit des écoles, soit des classes, soit des centres de loisirs, soit des centres culturels.
So, and the different attacks from Israel are touching schools, community centers, and different type of civil buildings. Yeah.
Être non violent à Gaza, ça veut dire d'abord, c'est rester attaché à la terre, ne pas partir.
To be non-violent in Gaza means first to stay in Gaza, not to leave Gaza.
C'est rester avec les enfants et les jeunes de Gaza pour les rassurer, pour leur remonter le moral.
It's to remain in Gaza with the children, with the youth, to comfort them, to reassure them, to give them confidence.
C'est valoriser le travail des paysans, des pêcheurs, de la société civile qui subissent au quotidien les attaques israéliennes.
It needs to value the work of the farmers, of the fishermen, of the civil society, which is resisting to the occupation and the bombing.
Être non violent, c'est une façon intelligente de résister contre l'occupation.
And to be non-violent is a smart way, an intelligent way to resist against occupation.
L'occupation et la peur plus de la non-violence que les factions militaires. Et ça, c'est une réalité.
Occupation fears more non-violent activity than the faction we are fighting militarily.
Parce que les factions militaires, ils lancent un missile et après l'occupation, ils trouvent ça un prétexte pour bombarder toute la population civile à Gaza.
Because when the militias are launching a missile against Israel, it's a pretext for Israel to retaliate and to bomb Gaza.
Les factions, quand on lance leur missile, leur mission est finie. Mais nous, notre mission commence.
And when the faction are launching a missile against Israel, they have finished their work. And then the work of the non-violent activists in Gaza is starting.
C'est un processus à long terme.
It's a long-term process.
Ça demande patience, courage, détermination et surtout, ça demande une conviction de ce type de résistance, de ce type de...
This means passion, resistance, and be convinced of this type of approach. And determination will.
Donc, c'est vrai, on n'a pas beaucoup de temps d'expliquer toutes nos actions ici dans cet échange rapide.
We won't have time to explain all our action because the exchange is short.
Mais vous pouvez trouver en français, malheureusement, c'est dans la page Facebook Gaz à la vie et la chaîne YouTube Gaz à la vie, une idée sur toutes nos actions non violentes à Gaza.
So you can find a Facebook page and on YouTube under Gaza la vie, life, the life in French, documentation, unfortunately in French, of what is done by the Association of Jihad.
Comment être non violent, c'est aller sur les frontières, les zones frontalières pour aider les paysans qui subissent les attaques israéliennes.
And for example, to be non-violent is to go to the border with the farmers. We are directly submitted to the violence of the occupation of Israel.
C'est aller soutenir les pêcheurs qui subissent les attaques de la marine israélienne au quotidien.
And it's go to see the fishermen who are daily confronted to the violence of the Israeli Israeli Navy, sorry.
C'est aller dans les usines pour aider les ouvriers qui souffrent de blocus et de situations économiques difficiles.
And it's go in the firms to go and see the workers who are suffering from the blocus, and from the hard economic situation.
C'est valoriser le travail et la lutte des femmes palestiniennes courageuses.
And it's to value the war, the dedication of the courageous Palestinian women.
C'est valoriser le travail et montrer le rôle de la société civile.
And it's to value and to show the importance of the role of civil society.
Rapidement, nos trois difficultés pour développer la non-violence à Gaza.
Quickly, I will present 3 difficulties that we face to develop non-violence in Gaza.
D'abord, les médias qui malheureusement ne montrent pas nos réalités. Les médias s'intéressent seulement au clash. Bombardements, attaques, agressions, morts, blessés.
The first thing is image which is promoted by the media. Media are interested by clash, confrontation, bombing, and not by the activity of non-violent activists. That's it. Jad?
Et on a vu dans le conflit entre la Russie et l'Ukraine, les médias, ils montrent seulement les morts de deux côtés, les destructions. Ils n'ont jamais montré les cas humanitaires, le travail, par exemple, de la société civile en Ukraine, par exemple, son rôle.
And we can see in the case of a war like between Russia and Ukraine, that the media are mainly showing the confrontation, the death on both sides, and they give a little place to the work of the civil society and the humanitarian action.
Deuxième difficulté, c'est l'occupation qui ne donne pas l'occasion de continuer nos activités non violentes.
The second difficulty is occupation, which do not let us carry on our non-violent activities.
Troisième, c'est la société civile qui n'arrive pas à être convaincue de nos actions parce que l'occupation essaye un peu de provoquer les factions et valoriser le travail de faction et non valoriser nos actions directement.
The third difficulty is civil society, which find it difficult to follow non-violence approach, because what is valued is it's a violent action and not the non-violent action.
Mais malgré tout cela, on a décidé de continuer parce que nous sommes convaincus des résultats efficaces à long terme de nos actions.
But nevertheless, we have decided to carry on because we are convinced that on the long term, our action will be efficient.
Et nos actions surtout avec les jeunes et les enfants.
Particularly that we are conducting with the Yeah, it's good. C'est bon, Ziad.
Nos actions surtout avec les enfants et les jeunes.
C'est fini. Hein. C'est bon, j'ai traduit.
D'accord. Par exemple, avec les jeunes, parce que les jeunes à Gaza, ils sont désespérés, perspectives pour eux, chômage, tout cela.
Yeah, for example, we work particularly with the youth because they are desperate, they are unemployed. Bon.
Et les enfants qui ne vivent pas une vie normale, il n'y a pas de loisirs, il n'y a pas de vie. Et souvent, ils sont traumatisés après chaque bombardement.
Yeah, and the children, they do not live a normal life for a child. They are traumatized, I don't know the English word, traumatized by the bombing and by the violence.
Et donc, nous, on a décidé que les enfants, que les jeunes, fassent des activités de soutien psychologique aux enfants.
And what we decided is that the youth will be involved in psychological support for the children, to the children, in favor of
donc,
the children.
Les jeunes, ils vont rassurer les enfants.
So the young people will go to the children and they reassure them, they give them confidence.
En même temps, ils vont sentir utiles pour la société, comme ça, ils oublient leur désespoir.
So at the same time, they help the children they find themselves useful for society, and it reduces their despair.
Voilà, en général, je ne sais pas combien de temps, est-ce que le reste de temps, ou c'est fini, on laisse au débat, mais voilà en général, parce que c'est difficile en 2 minutes pour faire tout cela en 2 minutes, mais voilà en général nos actions, mais bien sûr, il y a d'autres, vous pouvez aller sur Internet, trouver toutes nos actions.
So Ziad, the question whether he has more time or not, but as he said, there is this Facebook page and YouTube chain where you can get more information.
Thank you so much, Ziad. I think if you wanted a couple of more minutes, you could have. But if you have finished, that's wonderful. If you could share maybe the links to some of the videos for everybody, I think that would be very useful as well. Share in the chat.
Oui, donc Ziad, je ne sais pas si tu as compris, tu peux prendre 1 ou 2 minutes de plus. Et en tout cas, si tu peux partager sur le chat les liens vers la page Facebook et les vidéos, enfin 1 ou 2 vidéos.
Comment écrire? Je le cherche dans nos discussions.
Chat, oui. En dessous, tu as une petite bulle avec marqué chat à côté de participants, au milieu de la barre en bas.
Ah, d'accord, j'ai trouvé. Dis-lui, pas de problème, ça c'est un résumé, mais on aura l'occasion de faire le... Donc il s'appelle Gaz à la vie, c'est facile.
So it's just an introduction, but Ziad is confident that we will have other opportunity to share and for you to know more about what he's doing in Gaza,
et merci pour votre attention.
And thank you so much for the attention you paid.
En conclusion, nous allons continuer notre lutte.
As a conclusion, be confident that we will carry on our struggle.
Comme tous les participants, chacun il a une cause, il a une lutte, et chacun, peut-être nous c'est différent parce que nous sommes sur occupation et nous sommes sur blocus, mais je vois que chacun il fait un travail remarquable pour la paix. Et c'est ça le plus important.
Of course, our situation is specific because we are under occupation, we are faced with war, but you could say that each of you are involved in the cause, you are involved in the promotion of non-violence and peace.
Et je termine par cette phrase.
And I end up with the sentence.
La solution, c'est la paix.
The solution is peace.
Il n'y aura jamais une solution par la guerre, par la violence. La solution, c'est la non-violence, c'est la paix.
War and violence won't bring any solution.
Et j'ai écrit une fois un article de presque 12 pages, mais on va pour traduire, qui s'appelle La solution et la paix.
And he wrote a book on this question, 2-page piece of article. The solution is peace.
Et amitié pacifique à tout le monde. Merci.
And peaceful friendship to all of you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie, Ziad. C'était
moi, tu as parlé en français, c'est bien.
Oui, je parle un peu en français. I just wanted to say thank you.
I understand English, parce que je suis très à l'aise, parce que je suis prof de français depuis 15 ans. Heureusement, Philippe est là, je suis plus à l'aise en français.
C'est bien, Ziad. I was just thanking Ziad and telling him that this is just an incredible presentation. I want to just highlight something that he said about the way that this work is not promoted in mainstream media. And I think all of us have access to other ways of promoting the work. So please go and look at the videos. Please find ways to promote this work that is being done in Gaza. It's very important that we get the message out that nonviolence really is the way. And so, merci bien, Philippe. Merci bien, Ziad. Gary, I will ask you to play the next audio clip. And if you could just play it without introducing it, that would be perfect. Thank you.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Piece podcast. I'm Andy Luck. Joe Cloutier is an educator based in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. In this highlight, Joe talks about how drama can support difficult conversations about social issues, even with very young children.
The drama, that as I studied more drama, I realized that what we were doing and the kind of drama that was developing, because first it was just to give them some creative expression, opportunity for creative expression, and feel good about yourself.
Yeah.
Because the tendency in those environments is to kind of close yourself off, be tough, so you don't get hurt. Kind of. So, but that really harms development at the same time. So that was the whole thing, to just be creative, open yourself up, and feel good about yourself. But they started, in these programs, they started telling stories about, well, we all started telling stories about our background. And then we would put those stories into scenes. And then the stories would be about, well, with the younger children, we had 5 programs from 8 years old in different programs to 20. So the younger ones, they were about magic frogs that did all kinds of strange things. And the older ones were about serious social issues, like impacting the inner city. And so they were making plays about their own experience. So they didn't have to have like acting study. They didn't have to study acting. They knew the characters and they knew what they were doing. And so through that, it's kind of like storytelling, right? And then so we would tell each other stories, and then through the stories, they would think, I thought that was only happening to me. So they realized that it's happening to everyone. Also, we did little exercises where you change one part of the story and you see how it impacts the rest of the story. But these were connected to their serious social issues. So they realized by that they had the power to change things in their own stories. And by making changes, they could see that it would have an impact on the rest of their
That's amazing.
And there was no moralizing or anything like that. They took from the story whatever they were ready for according to their own stage of development.
Thanks for
Okay, friends. So for our next session, uh, we've got 3 people with us together. So we have Simone Shirvel, we have Christy Mahood, and Dr. Arif Ibrahim. So Simone is presently a grade 2 classroom teacher for the Edmonton Public Schools. She became interested in teaching for peace after attending 2 summer institutes focused on Gandhian principles at the United States of America. Simone believes strongly that young children have an important role to play as peace advocates for their communities. Christy Mahood is from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. She will be exploring various ways that she has recently adapted her practice for teaching peace in an online environment using Gandhian pedagogy and viewing her practice through a lens of slow peace. Dr. Arif Ibrahim is an educator who values practicing leadership alongside school staff in order to impact and enhance the opportunities students and teachers have to influentially grow and develop as learners and people. So, with this, I invite Simone, Christy, and Dr. Arif. I just wanted to let you know that you have the permission to share your screens. So, in case you would want to share your presentations on your own, you may do so or you may ask me to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Would you be able to share our presentation?
Sure, Christy. Sure. Just a sec.
Excellent. Can you go to the next slide, please? So we acknowledge that we are on Treaty 6 territory, a traditional meeting grounds, gathering place, and traveling route to the Cree, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Métis, Dene, Nakota Sioux. We acknowledge all the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit footsteps who have marked these lands for centuries. Thank you. Can you go to the next slide, please? Our session aspires to communicate some of our individual and collective journeys as we seek to develop our own approaches to pedagogies of peace. We have adapted the label Slow Peace to describe the work we are doing. It grows out of an engagement with the Gandhian principles and Rob Nixon's understanding of slow violence. We begin with key Gandhian concepts such as equality, ahimsa, non-possession, non-exploitation, trusteeship, violence, and non-violence. Our particular approach to peace and nonviolence follows from Gandhian principles, beginning from the understanding that much of the violence in the world is slow violence that goes largely unnoticed because it happens over extended periods of time, is not necessarily contained to one geographic space, continues through practices and processes that are normalized and sanctioned, and largely affects the most marginalized and dispossessed people of the world. That attention to any form of violence requires attention to a practice of nonviolence that would address it. Slow peace must begin by stepping back to understand the taken for granted practices that contribute to various forms of slow violence, with particular attention to the ways in which these practices are embodied in the work we do as educators and researchers. It is important to focus on a specific form of violence writ large, as well as thinking about day-to-day practices that sustain the type of violence. To be effective, slow peace requires a commitment to sustained action through a variety of forms and practices. Arif, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Christy. Well, and hello to everyone. This is an absolute honor for us here in Canada from Edmonton to be able to share some insights with you. The perspective that I'll be sharing after Christy's wonderful introduction is that step into the school, the step into the classrooms of working with a foundational character education component that could help students understand the purpose of not only celebrating, acknowledging different cultures, but also seeing how these different cultures are interconnected in our journey towards humanitarian peace. So regardless of your race, religion, these are universal terms. These animals that you see represented here are animals that are easily identifiable by many people around the world. And so when we can bring that piece of a connected humanity to our students, as well as the connection to our environment, to nature, I believe we have a wonderful opportunity for sustainable understanding of what peace can actually look like in action. And our hope is that crosses generation after generation. So I share with you.
Arif, if I may interrupt, would you like to share your own screen as you mentioned?
No, that's fine. Can I just signal you?
Yeah, sure, perfect.
Thanks, Gary. So these are the grandfather teachings taken from the First Nations Métis Inuit culture. And when you think of the word grandfather or grandmother, there's something very special about that use of language. It talks about historical context. It talks about foundational understandings. It talks about passing on traditions through the art of storytelling. And that's really what the 7 sacred teachings represent. They are a representation of animals, and the animals remind us how deeply connected humans are to the greater environment that we live within. And it reminds us that all of us carry that symbolic opportunity to make this world a better place. And so what we had a chance to do is we had a chance to bring in the 7 secret teachings into our school. And because they're young children, kindergarten to grade 6, which is roughly around 5 years old to 12 years old, we were able to use something like this because they all love animals. They all can relate to animals. And so you can see that the eagle represents love. The buffalo represents respect. The bear represents courage. Sasquatch, here known in Canada as the Bigfoot, represents honesty. And the beaver represents wisdom, and the wolf represents humility, and the turtle represents truth. Now, each and every one of these animals are connected to these terms very strategically. Next slide, please. And I'll talk about that connection in just a moment, but I wanted to bring to light this beautiful, almost poetic statement. It says, carry our song to where we belong, where the stars and the skies become one. And again, I just wanted to remind everybody that our choice to bring in the 7 sacred teachings into our classroom really was an opportunity to show that interconnectedness, not only with the living beings on the planet, but giving recognition to a higher spirit above if someone chooses to believe in that concept as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so I wasn't going to go through each of the animals, but I thought it would be important to at least show you an example. So we see here the wolf, and the wolf represents the idea of humility. So humility means knowing others are important and respecting what they can do. The wolf represents humility because the wolf knows that every member of its pack is equally important. And so you can now start to understand, if we were to use this understanding to link it to a character education trait with our students, it has so much more meaning. And it gives teachers an opportunity to talk about the idea of humility and being humble in many different ways with an animal representation that they can then connect back to their own personal lives. So for example, if they were in a gym class and they were doing a team activity, well, how will that team be successful if they're not all working together? If we're not sharing the ball, if we're not letting everyone have a chance. So that's how we can talk about the idea of humility. Next slide, please. And this is another example of, moving from the adults in the building talking about the traits to students articulating their understanding in the traits. And so this is a main bulletin board outside the school office, and every class every month puts up their representation of one of the traits. This is the trait of courage that is represented by the bear. So you can see a bear paw. And what the students did is they wrote within the bear paw how they're going to show courage as they live and breathe each and every day. So again, the important part of this is how are students making meaning of it. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to end with this slide here and showing that, it is really important that our students see the 7 sacred teachings taught not only by the teachers or the adults in the building, but we also invite our First Nations, Métis, Inuit brothers and sisters into our school in some way. And if it's virtual, that's fine too, because we have that access now. But for them to speak directly to something that is deeply connected to their culture, because we want to make this as authentic as we possibly can. We don't want to take away any of the authenticity of the meanings of the 7 sacred teachings. And so you can see at the bottom of the screen, this would link to a video where we have one of our First Nations brothers talking about the idea of love, how the eagle represents that, why the eagle represents that. And it's beautifully wrapped around very, very important key messages for students to be able to relate to. So I thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to share about the 7 sacred teachings. And Simone, I believe we're moving to you.
Oh, I think it's mine.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you so much, Arif, for sharing how you are bringing these 7 sacred teachings into your school and into your community, and hoping that these students continue the lessons of peace throughout their lives. I'm going to talk about shifting online, but keeping still that idea of slow peace and Gandhian pedagogy. After the first spring, when everyone was sent online and the following school year was about to begin, our school board let families opt in or out for online or in-person instruction every 10 to 12 weeks. Last year, in order to provide flexibility and choice, the need for online teachers was solely dependent on parental choice. I had thought I was going to be teaching in person, but within 2 days before school started, I learned I was being assigned online instruction. I had to plan and pivot quickly. I started with ahimsa. Ahimsa means to me to do no harm in thought, word, or deed. Did my students have access to materials that represented them and their cultures and interests? Could they see themselves in the picture books and stories and lessons that I now had to provide online? How was my daily instruction and the language I was using supporting them and adding to the respect they deserve and meeting their needs? Ahimsa helped me ask and answer, how can I include everyone and respect the individual needs? With the idea of ahimsa in mind, I started looking into trauma-informed practice. The saying, we are all in the same storm, but not in the same boat, pretty much sums up trauma-informed practice. I had anywhere from 32 to 36 students from 7 to 12 different schools every 10 to 12 weeks from across the city. I needed to make sure that my practice was trauma-informed and empathetic to varying situations. That led to a come as you are approach. I had to let go of some of the notions of what is proper and formal and embrace the uniqueness of the situation. I had students show up in class in any manner of placement in the home, inside and out, and in all manners of clothing. All manners of clothing. I got to see more of who my students were, and got to see more of who they got to see more of who each other were as well. In embracing a come as you are approach, it became another vehicle for my students to learn about each other and for me to understand, and for my students to understand a much deeper and authentic level. Imagine a community where you can be accepted just as you are. Again, thinking about ahimsa and trauma-informed practice, I had the students do kindness journals, where I challenged my students to do one kind thing a day for themselves or their families and others or the environment and share with us. We also practice gratitude practices, stopping daily to pause and be grateful for things that are big or small, learning an attitude of gratitude. I tried to think of ways to highlight and explore creativity, practicing, sharing, and celebrating all forms of creative expression, with weekly challenges to try something creative and share it with our community. We had bi-weekly talent shows and show and shares where each student had the opportunity to sign up for a 2-minute slot. So many students shared singing, dancing, playing an instrument, biking, skateboarding, animal training, Lego building, drawing, cooking, gardening, painting, speaking different languages, video games, magic tricks, poetry, martial arts, to name a few. Reinforcing everyone has an opportunity to contribute and everyone's contributions are equally valued. We started with, as well as an initiative, Everyday Actions for Peace Challenge, again, challenging students to take actions to do something to further their peace, both large and small within themselves or in their homes or in their communities. Staying connected with homeschools. I often received information from my students' homeschools and made sure they were staying connected, making sure they felt comfortable knowing that they could be a part of many communities. Some students were a little apprehensive that because they were across the city, what happened to my old school? Where are my old friends? How come I'm in this class? Again, just giving them that comfort level of being able to know that they can be a part of many communities and it still counted. I also made sure that they had an opportunity to join in any contests or special events, artist in residency, online classes, and assemblies that my homeschool hosted. Something I did both in person and transitioned as well online was highlighting ordinary people who do extraordinary things. In Canada, many schools participate in Terry Fox Day. Terry Fox, for those of you that don't know, was a young man who had cancer and lost his leg to cancer. He wanted to raise money for cancer research, especially for research for young children and youth with cancer. So he decided to run across Canada to raise money. Unfortunately, he was unable to finish due to his cancer returning, and he passed away. People across Canada run or walk on Terry Fox Day in memory to continue to raise funds for cancer and symbolically help him finish his goals of running across Canada. I had a student who was in the mountains of Lebanon due to his mother having to take care of her parents during COVID outbreak. He took part in our Terry Fox Day and ran around the mountain village with some help of his village friends and the kids, and took pictures. It was a great way for my students to stay connected with us and to help others understand what Terry Fox did. I like to highlight other ordinary people that have done extraordinary things, both locally, nationally, and internationally, every few days, so that my students can see examples of amazing people who took action for their causes. We did a lot of exploring diversity through music, drumming, and dance. The internet has been an amazing opportunity. We were able to connect with Lucas Coffee and have an online drumming residency. Coffee connected school groups to various drummers from around the world, and each week the students were able to learn different styles of drumming and different cultures. They had the opportunity to learn from First Nations drummers, drummers from India, Brazil, China, United States, and Canada. We also had another opportunity to enjoy a dancing residency, where again, we learned and the students learned to various
Christy?
styles of, yeah.
Chrissy, I'm just going to jump in because you're running to about 6 minutes left. So I'm hoping that Simone
Sure,
has some
I
time to
have
speak
one
as
last
well.
paragraph. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so they had dancing residency. We do a lot of, on the next following slides, examples of social emotional learning. So knowing yourself, how you are feeling, ways of dealing with emotions big and small, and encouraging students to engage positively. So on the next 3 slides are examples of some of our social emotional conversations that we have with kids. And these slides came from the Bakersfield City School District. And lastly, just developing a community of practice with colleagues, knowing that you can build on and with each other. Lydia? Go ahead, thank you. You can move the next 3 slides down. They're just through some social emotional learning that we would go through as a class. So during our morning meetings. Thank you.
Okay, this is me. Thanks, Christy. Thanks, Arif. I'm going to speak quickly because I understand, Reva, that we are running out of time, but that's okay. I am known for speaking quickly. I just wanted to make a couple of connections with the earlier speakers, just the idea that working with the children and the youth, coming in from the periphery rather than being in the middle. And I'm going to share with you a project that I'm doing with my grade 2 students right now. So Ukraine has been on our mind. I have students coming to me saying, is this the start of World War III? Lots of fear, lots of lack of understanding. As Ziad said, the media only paints the violence, needing more armaments that Catherine spoke about, all of those things. And these are floating around the minds of 7-year-olds. So in the past, I did a Planting Seeds for Peace project, and I thought it was time to bring that back. As we've learned, the sunflower is the national flower of Ukraine. So my students in grade 2, as well as a class of 5-6 students, have been decorating envelopes with sunflowers. And if you go to the previous slide, it shows that. And in each packet, we're putting 5 sunflower seeds. We are distributing these packages of seeds to every student in our school. We found out that we needed 249 of them. So lots of curricular outcomes are happening, but my real goal is to let these students know, although Ukraine is far away, we are connected, and supplying armaments is not the only way that we can support Ukrainians. So it may seem a very small thing to plant seeds for peace, but it's giving them something concrete that they can do. When these sunflowers begin blooming in our community, we are going to be connected with the people of Ukraine, and the idea of growth and that peace can be grown and planted, that idea that it's a seed and we need to continue to work with that. So I don't want my students to feel powerless. I want them to feel they have some power, even though to them it may seem small, but the act of planting a seed, that idea of nonviolence, of peace, is so, so important to them. So not only are we going to be distributing these packets of seeds, we've also asked for donations so that people can feel that they're also doing something concrete. Toonies or loonies, whatever you have, and we will collect them. We've decorated jars with the Ukrainian flag, and we are going to collect the money and give it to a local organization that is supporting the many refugees that are fleeing out of Ukraine. So I guess lots of connections for me, the idea of working with youth and young children, the idea that they do have a voice, and small acts are a really great way to build that idea of peace and non-violence. So I'm going to wrap up my quick little speech there, and I'm not sure if we have some time for a little conversation or not. Reva, I'll let you fill me in on that.
I think actually we're going to have to move on, Simone, but hopefully some of you can stay, and we'll have larger conversations as we go along. I do want to thank you, the three of you, for being here and for being part of this. And I continue to be amazed by all of you and all of the wonderful things that you're doing. Gary, I wonder if we could play the next audio clip, and then many of you are here for our next presenter after that, who I will introduce then. Okay, so Gary, the audio clip.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Peace podcast. I'm Annie Luck. Catherine Winkler is an artist and educator based in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. In this highlight from the Building Peace Through the Arts episode, Catherine talks about how art and ahimsa come together towards peace and nonviolence.
Art draws our attention, alerts us, appreciates difference, and accompanies our daily lives. That art speaks to us of our suffering and our longing of war and of peace. Art makes history of oppression visible. Art continues to tell the story of injustice in a universal language. It is always just around the corner. Our anguish and love is made visible through the creativity and the imagination that can be revealed through many medias: drawing, painting, photography, film, installation, and performance, to name just a few. There are many instances of images of the possible, calling attention to what is lacking, that break through the boundaries laid down by the taken for granted. So we imagine ahimsa together.
Thanks for listening. If you're interested,
sorry, sorry. Gary, I wish you'd let them run just so that people can hear where they are from, because not everybody has heard the outros. It's important that they hear where this is from. So, okay.
Yeah, there was
So
just an
yeah,
interruption.
in
Just
the
a sec. I'll just
no,
play
no,
it.
that's okay. Not now. Not now. For the next one, you can do it. Yeah. So I think where we're going next is to Lucknow, and our dear friend, Dr. Urvashi Sani. Urvashi is the founder of and CEO of Study Hall Educational Foundation. She's a social entrepreneur, a women's rights activist, and an educationist who has been a pioneering activist in the field for more than 3 decades. She's a leading expert in curriculum design and reform, teacher training, education governance, with a special focus on girls' education and gender equality. She is so much more than that, too, because she is an inspiration to many of us who are in the room right now. With that, I turn it over to Urvashi.
Thank you, Reva. And thank you for organizing this. So topical, so relevant, and so important. Many of our teachers and students from Study Hall Education Foundation Lucknow have joined, and I'm sure that they are delighted by all the presentations that they've been through. So thank you very much, and I'll start right away. So Reva, can I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
I spoke to Gary and he said I could, so I'm going to try that.
Yeah, sure. I've given you the permission, Urvashi.
Okay. Tell me when I can do it, Navi.
At the center, you see a green button that shares.
No, but I'm going to just. There we are. Have full presentation, but I don't know how to do that. Okay, so I've called my talk Education for Peace. I wanted to start off by talking a little about our vision. Our vision is to educate everyone for gender equality, social justice, personal flourishing, and active democratic citizenship. And we believe that the most important aim of education is not just to know, but to learn to live. And this comes from a practice called Slavsky. I know peace doesn't figure anywhere in any of these words, but if you think about it, it's not possible to, it's not really possible to have peace without peaceful gender relations. And that's not possible without gender equality. And secondly, you can't have peace unless you have social justice. And if you want personal flourishing, then you need to have a peaceful environment for people to flourish. And all this is not possible unless you have a vibrant, active, democratic citizenship. So we work at peace. I will be giving examples during my presentation of how we work at peace. We really believe that the goal of all teaching and learning is to help enable students to find answers to the central question, who am I? And what is my relationship with the universe and others in it? I think this is an important question. And in fact, I was very struck. I had a conversation with some of my students. Many of them are here. And by the way, we have students from class 3 onwards, if you notice. And it was interesting. We started off with talking about Ukraine, and then we went on to different kinds of violence. And finally, the students came up with the fact that it's all about self-awareness. It's all about our relationship with the universe, with ourselves, and with everyone in it. And I'm reminded actually of a Vedantic aphorism, which says, Aham Brahmasmi. What that says very simply is that I am everything that exists and everything that exists is in me. And if you can understand that deeply, and I think that's the essence of the Vedanta philosophy, then how can you have anything but a loving relationship with everyone and everything in the universe? We really believe that classrooms are magical and radical spaces of possibility. Everyone talks about the lack of education as a result of all the ills in the world. But I ask the question, that we have had more education over the decades and the centuries. And have we become more loving? Have we become more peaceful? Have we become more nonviolent, more caring, more just? I think not. And I don't know whether, I'm sure Putin has a string of degrees next to his name. So I think that yes, education can be a very powerful individual and social transformative force, but provided it is transformed, provided we use its potential to do more than just reduce it to technical learning. As one of our students said very wisely yesterday, she said, you know, we need to make a distinction between literacy and real education. And real education is much more than that. It is about learning about yourself and how to live. Our organization has been working at this for over the last 3 decades. We work with a variety of students, and I won't labor that, but from urban environments, rural environments, very remote with special needs children, and they're all represented here in the audience, by the way. They're all here in full force to learn and to share. You know, we mentioned, if you looked at our vision, and again, I'm going to refer to the conversation I had with our students, when we started to speak about Ukraine and global wars. And we asked the question, is that the only kind of violence? And I think somebody mentioned, I think it was you, Christy, Simone, about the kinds of invisible violence, which happens every day, and it goes unnoticed. And I think the most important violence that I have experienced personally in my life, and I see every day, is something that India's daughters face all the time. They're unwanted, unsafe, unequal, unfree. I won't read, they don't have the heart to read all the statistics that you see, and I'm sure you have read them. But while we've been talking, while I've been here, imagine at this presentation, while we've been here, I've been here for an hour now, 4 girls have been raped. So girls and women live under terror all the time, and it's an important kind of violence. And while that happens, what piece do we talk about? So what do we do, and how do we address it? We've developed a critical feminist pedagogy, and we sit down and we talk. We tell stories. We tell stories about our own lives. And the idea is to understand why this is happening to us, to our sisters, our daughters, our mothers. And to understand that it's like somebody else said earlier, that it's not just me, but it's happening with everyone. So clearly there's some problem with the structure, problem with the system. And once you understand that, once you talk about power, you see how it plays it, who has it, who doesn't have it, and why. And you understand that this is human-made. This is not God-made. This is not natural. And you are helped to envision a world where things can be different. It can be non-violent. It can be nurturing. It can be caring. It can be a peaceful world. Your gender relationships can be peaceful and loving and caring and nurturing. That is when you begin to find the courage to transform it. We use critical dialogues as a regular part of our curriculum every week. And we found them had to have a huge impact. But we don't just sit and talk. We use drama, and someone else mentioned the importance of drama. I think, Joe, it was you. We have found it to be a very powerful tool. It is a way for girls and others to rehearse resistance, to rehearse the solutions that they find together, and actually to rehearse life and give them the courage to go and perform this in real life. We use poetry. They write about their lives. They write about their indignation, because we know that people don't have to do that to respect them. And then while they are doing it, it's not just a process. They read it out to each other. And then they find ways. It's self-transformative. And they're able to hold each other in that space and find ways to transform. We don't work only with girls, we work with boys too, and many of them are here today in the audience, because we realize that it's not enough for girls to change, but boys must change. In fact, our campaign this year, very large, India's Daughters campaign, is addressed to boys and men, and saying that, okay, tell us, boys and men, how will you change and what will you do to make sure that India's daughters are safe? And our goal with them is for them to understand that, there is another way to be a man. Violence need not define men. That you can be a caring, nurturing, loving, gentle man and still be a really good man. And they have learned to do that. We tell them that patriarchy is not your fault, but just look at how cruel it is to your sisters, to your mothers. And there are various ways in which we do this, and I'll give you a very small example. We asked our boys to tell us what they did the whole day, and they did. They told us, and almost all of them went out to play in the evenings in the playing field nearby. And I said, what about your sisters? Do they go out to play? They said, nah, they stay at home, they work, they cook, they study, they don't work. I said, then why don't they? They said, oh, because there's household work to do and, it's not safe. I said, and are they okay with that? Yeah. I said, well, why don't you go ask them? They went and asked, and they came back very chastened. They said, they want to go. They would like to go out and play. I said, so what can we do about that? So one of them said, we should take them with us. And then maybe our parents will let them come. I said, yeah, but then who's going to do the household work? He had no answer. Then one of them very hesitantly put his hand up and said, well, maybe we can help them. And then we can all go together. I said, yeah. So that's how we try and build empathy. Very naturally, very gently, very normally, normalizing equality and trying to deconstruct the normalized inequality and violence inherent in gender relations. And once again, it has had huge impact. And then together, all our girls from all our units, they go and they campaign. 1 year we worked on domestic violence alone. Girls and boys ran signature campaigns, they did street plays. And the whole goal was to get the community to understand and to see how violent life was for women and to pledge that they would not do it. And the sad part is, in this case, it is families themselves. There have been cases where girls are burned to death because she got pregnant. We need her out of the way. The other kind of violence that we work on is class violence, caste violence, religion. Again, I mentioned that the dialogue that we had, the students came up with religion very quickly. They said there's a lot of communal violence in states, and all based on religion. So we talked about that. And we also talked about how religion needs to be questioned too. That we need to understand each other's religions, and we need to have the courage to question our own religions when they are going wrong, and people who are using religion for all kinds of purposes. The other thing that people rarely talk about, and which is another huge source of violence, especially in India, and I think peculiar to India, is caste violence. A scheduled caste person faces crime every 10 minutes in India in the past year, and these are the National Crime Bureau statistics. So once again, while we've been talking, somebody has been violent because he was a Dalit or from the scheduled tribes. And so over the year, in 1 year, in 2020, there were 50,291 cases, and out of which only 219 were taken to trial, and even fewer than those were convicted. So we talk about caste. Okay, we're trying to build a curriculum for this. What we have done is build curricula around all of this. And the way we do that is we first work with the students, and then we look at what emerged from the students' conversations, and then we build a curriculum. Even with caste, it's important, we're trying to work with all of them, not just the Dalits, but even the Brahmins and all the so-called the forward castes, as they like to call them, or the Savarnas, to try and build a sense of empathy, to try and look at your own unconscious bias and see the kinds of violence that we all engage in without even knowing it, because it's part of our culture, our DNA, our history, and we don't even recognize it. And there again, there's a lot of resistance to that. People don't want to talk about the past. And there is enormous caste violence that goes, like somebody said, invisible, not so invisible, but just normalized. The people just accept it because they're not aware that they get numbed by it because it happens so much. And because caste is such a strong reality in this country, even so after so many years of independence, when it shouldn't be there because it is antithetical. Patriarchy, caste, these are all antithetical to democracy. They should not exist because they violate the principle of equality. They're very violent. but nobody talks about them. So what we do is talk about power, have an open discourse of power in the classroom, make it a safe space to talk about it, to act it, to understand it, and then see how to deconstruct it. This picture, and actually, Reva, you were there for this class that we took, and some of your colleagues, where we talked about terrorism. We got them to act it out. We acted out the scene of terrorists, and the way we did it was one group was sitting at home with their families. These were terrorists, and tomorrow they were going to go on a suicide mission and blow up a train. So we asked them how they felt. They were supposed to sit down. We told them, close your eyes and put your hands on your chest and think of how you're feeling. Many of them said scared, but determined, strong, courageous. And then how did the mothers feel? How did the sisters feel? What conversation do you think they were having? And the mothers and sisters trying to dissuade them that don't go. Think about it. The innocent people, you shouldn't be going. No, but it's important for our religion. And then we acted out the scene of after which we got them to talk. And I cannot tell you how stunned I was at the maturity, the empathetic and sympathetic conversation that students had. It came to the point where they needed to discuss these things. That error was not an answer. One very wise student at our conversation for 2 days, 2 or 3 days ago said, he said it in Urdu, and I'll say it in Urdu and then translate. And he said, that jung किसी मसले का हल नहीं है जब खुद ही एक मसला है. That war and violence is never a solution to any problem. It's the problem itself. And what our students came down to at the end, and I'm going to quote from some of the things from our notes that we said, because I was just totally inspired by them. As I told you, after we went through Ukraine, then we talked about all the other kinds of violence that there are. Bullying was one of them. And finally, they came out to say that actually the root of all of it is that we are not self-aware. It is the I and the ego. We all want to be on top. And it is, I feel selfishness, satisfaction, and ego play a very vital role in this. And that human beings are influenced by needs, desire, and greed, and ambition, and the ego, the I in ourselves. And the last one said that, and peace is not just about peace of mind. It is also about giving hope and opportunity to others. So, after this whole discussion about an hour and a half, and they didn't want to stop, mind you. We had to stop because we were running out of time. But I was so inspired by how maturely and how they were able to unpackage the whole thing and not stop just at a global visible wall, but bring it down to the person, to the self. And say that what we need is more self-awareness. And they all agreed that school is a good place for us to be discussing this, talking this, and if there's any future, then we need to talk about violence, talk about power, talk about everything that is wrong, and find together solutions of solving our conflicts without violence. And of course, they also said, and our boys said it, by the way, that, somehow, if we had more women as leaders, the world might be different. Because boys and men seem to think that violence is the first thing, and also they wear it like an ornament almost, that it's a badge of honor, violence. So I'm going to close there, Reva, and just end with what our students said. That, and go back to the question that I had put on our slide earlier, that who am I and how am I related to the universe and others in it? I think that's a really important question that we should be saying. And I can see in all our presentations with Simon, Christy, yours, that how in various ways, I think that's what we are trying to do. Get our students to understand who they are, understand what their relationship is with the universe, with the trees, the stars, the rivers, the mountains, with everybody else. What is that? Is it a competitive one? Is it one of power? Is it a collaborative one? Is it loving? What should it be? What can it be? What's the potential? And I think it's time that our curriculum everywhere changed from a decontextualized, self-alienating focus on technical education and bring it back to the self and our relationship and our connectedness with everything else in the universe. I think that's the only hope. And that's one way to achieve. I'm going to stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Urvashi. Once again, I'm just blown away by all of the work that all of you are doing through the Study Health Education Foundation and the amazing things that you personally continue to do. I'm going to turn it to Gary for the audio clip, and then I think he's going to introduce our next speakers after that.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Piece podcast. I'm Annie Luck. In this highlight, Advat Deshpande, a teacher from India, talks to Ashima about the connections he's making with local communities and how these connections have strengthened his confidence in his work for peace and nonviolence.
There has been a lot of change. My experience here, and like I said, I'm very young here, but my experience here has given me a lot to think about. So after coming to Sevagram and staying with the teachers, staying in a small community of teachers, and also interacting with children in village, this idea of community slowly, started to seep into me. And I felt that it has made me grow into a person who looks at my existence as being connected to the community. I feel so secure now. We keep thinking about earning so much money so that we don't have to ask for any favors to anyone. Have what is it called, financial security or things like that. After coming here, there's this kind of security that I have with my neighbors. I have also become part of their community. So they also, approach me if they think that I could help them out with something else. And those connections, those relations, they help me grow as a person, I say. And that has been a big learning for me. And I won't say that I'm completely immersed into the community. It's such a long process. But that has started, that process started, and I feel so excited.
Thanks for listening. If you're interested in hearing the full conversation between Ashima, please look for Speaking Our Piece wherever you pick up your podcasts or from our website, speakingourpiece.com. We'd love to hear from you. You can email us at speakingourpiece@gmail.com or follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Our Piece Podcast. See you next time.
Okay, friends, so our next speakers are Fatima Hendricks and Salima Jaffer. Fatima is from South Africa and the United States. She is an assistant professor of occupational therapy at Chicago State University and is a decolonial scholar practitioner. While Salima, who lives in Cape Town, South Africa, recently completed her MA in Peace and Conflict Studies at Coventry University, United Kingdom, and currently works in community-based research at the Medina Institute. So I, with a very warm heart, welcome Salima and Fatima.
Hello, everyone. Greetings, dear friends. It's so lovely to be in this honorable company. It's such a blessed space, and thank you so much for granting us this opportunity to be amongst you all. I'm hoping that the slide presentation can come up so that we can hopefully get started on our presentation. My name is Fatima, and it actually is, I'm named after the daughter of Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and it means nurturer. And Salima is an Arabic, she's named, it's an Arabic word from the root word peace. And so this presentation is by both me and Salima from Medina Institute Center for Nonviolence and Peace Studies.
Sorry, Fatima, we don't have your presentation, so I'm assuming that one of you has it, and you can share the screen whenever you want to.
Okay, thank you so much.
Excuse me, sorry, the host disabled participants screen sharing. So if One of us could please be.
I've enabled it. You may please go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. While we get to put that up. So what we're doing today is we really want to connect the interfaith work that we're all doing, in ways that really talk to the commonality of our experiences. And so what we thought we'd do in terms of learning objectives for our little time together is to create some awareness about the do no harm principle within Islam and how that connects with ahimsa. We're going to be looking at 3 sources: the Quran, the Hadith, and aphorism from the Book of Love. And then we'll try to practice memorizing some of those sources so that we can have that at the back of our minds to build interconnections, and with the hope that we can embrace and celebrate our shared values. We will have a warm-up. We'll do a little bit of interactive learning, so I do hope the chat is enabled. And then we'll have a little bit of a quiz towards the end to consolidate what we've learned today. Our learning activity is going to cover off 3 parts. We want to talk a little bit about justice and how central that is as a point of departure and connection with ahimsa and do no harm nor reciprocating harm. And then how all of this at a higher level collects with deep love for God, for the Creator, for all those whom we share this world with, and how we are all working towards illumination. The next slide, please. Thank you. Over to you, Sanima.
So we're just going to be doing a little bit of a warm-up. It's a waterfall activity. And I would just like to confirm, please, if the chat box is enabled.
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is an opportunity for us to share our thoughts and ideas with each other. And we're going to ask you to please respond to the prompt below by opening the Zoom chat box and typing your response. But please do not press enter or press send as yet. So you can all have maybe a minute or so to just respond to the prompt below. What does non-violence mean to you? And then in a minute, we will do a countdown of 3, and then we'll share our responses with each other. Okay, so we'll share it on 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. Thank you so much to everybody that participated. And if anybody else still wants to contribute, please feel free to go ahead. The idea behind this activity is that we can connect on the ideas that we have that are in common, and also share in the ideas that we have that are different. And I think that's something that's really important for us to recognize, that we don't all see these concepts of peace and violence and non-violence in the same way, but we have many shared values and commonalities. We're just going to, for our learning journey, we're going to look at classical primary sources for Muslims. And like Sister Fatima, Dr. Fatima Hendricks mentioned, we're going to look at the Quran, which is the holy book of Islam, which was revealed to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and it is the words of God Almighty. And we're also going to look at Hadith, which is a record of what Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, did, said, and approved of. And the Quran and the Hadith, they are seen as classical primary sources for Muslims in terms of the Islamic faith. And then we're also going to look at an aphorism from the Book of Love. And this is a book by Sheikh Muhammad bin Yahya al-Nanawi, the founder of Medina Institute Center for Nonviolence and Peace Studies. And the reason that we are looking at the Book of Love is that it gives us a very simplified take-home message in our modern context. And we found that this is really helpful in teaching Islamic principles, because oftentimes young people especially want something that's really relatable and easy to understand in modern language.
Thank you, Salima. Jazakallah ta'ala khairan. And thank you to everyone that posted in the chat box. We see this love, sense of love and connection coming through, and really empathizing with each other and doing no harm. At another top layer, we look at this connection to social justice and nonviolence as a response, and as a way of being and working towards social justice. And so I'm going to pull up the Quran. Those of you that might not have seen it in Arabic, this is what it looks like. So I'm going to be looking at Surah An-Nisa, which is in Ayah 135. And I'm going to recite something from it. The meaning is really, O believers, stand firm for justice as witnesses for Allah, even if it is against yourselves, your parents, or close relatives, be they rich or poor. Allah is the best to ensure their interests, so do not let your desires cause you to deviate from justice. If you distort the testimony or refuse to give it, then know that Allah is certainly all aware of what you do. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كونوا قوامين بالقسط شهداء لله ولو على أنفسكم أو الوالدين والأقربين إن يكن غنيا أو فقيرا فالله أولى بهما فلا تتبعوا الهوى أن تعدلوا وإن تلووا أو تعرضوا فإن الله كان بما تعملون خبير. صدق الله العظيم. So this is our our connection to the concept of social justice and the pursuit of justice through peace. We wanted to really foreground and use this as a way of sharing the connection between our faith and the many faiths out there. And this reference is from Surah An-Nisa, Ayah 135. Okay.
Dr. Fatima. Okay. I'm going to be sharing the hadith, and as we mentioned, the hadith is something that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, did, or approved of. And this hadith is found in a very popular compilation of hadith called the Imam Nawawi's 40 Hadith compilation, and it's the hadith number 32. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is reported to have said, there should be neither harming nor reciprocating harm. And when we reflect on this prophetic tradition, we can see that it is really about not only not inflicting violence on another person or in another group of people or even to the environment, but also not reciprocating if any harm or any violence is done against you, unless it is obviously an issue of social justice. Another thing that comes from this prophetic tradition is that it is about taking action, that it's not only just about waiting sort of for something to happen and then you see how you're going to react, but to be that agent of change, to be that messenger or that ambassador of nonviolence within the communities and within society. And this is something that we use often when we are working with young people in our Islamic institutes within South Africa. We reflect on the importance of social justice and being an agent for change and being somebody that is active in the community, showing the community how to positively contribute and how to be a thriving community. And this is something I think that for myself, I'm quite passionate about in our community within Cape Town, because oftentimes religious education is very much focused on theory and on memorization. But what we are trying to sort of imbibe and show within our programs at Medina Institute is that it's very much a religion and a faith that is alive, and very much a religion and faith that provides the scaffolding for thriving, positive communities. We are also going to share the aphorism from the Book of Love by Sheikh Dr. Muhammad bin Yahya al-Husseini al-Nanawi. And he says, hate does not extinguish hate. Darkness does not extinguish darkness. Prejudice does not extinguish prejudice. Negativity does not extinguish negativity. It's only love that extinguishes hate. It's only light that extinguishes darkness. It's only knowledge that extinguishes ignorance, sorry. And this can be found in the chapter Signs on the Path of Love. It's aphorism 72. And again, it's very much about taking action, about being the agent for change, about being the ambassador of love and light, and spreading that within our families, our neighborhoods, our communities, our countries, and the world at large.
And so, dear friends, we've reached the end, and we thought we'd invite you to join myquiz.com. It's just 3 questions. So if you type in joinmyquiz.com, I'm going to share, Salima, if you could stop sharing, then I can share my screen, and then we can go to the quiz quickly. We have a little quiz that is up. If you go to joinmyquiz.com, and then if you, I'm going to give you the quiz code now. If you type in this code, it is, and we'll see it on the screen shortly, Join My Quiz 217315 is the promo code. So 217315. And you can enter your name, or you could enter any pseudonym if you wanted to as well. So joinmyquiz.com. Welcome, Felipe. We see Felipe's in there. Thank you, Sahib, Priya. Thank you, everyone. The code is 217315. Joinmyquiz.com, 217315. And you can also join while the quiz is live, so we'll get started so that we're on time. Okay, here we go. Ready, set, go. Okay, joinmyquiz.com, 217315. Okay. Okay, first question. Okay. The hadith we learned about today that records the prophetic example from 1,400 years ago relating to ahimsa says that should be no harm or reciprocating of harm, stand up firmly for justice, or love everyone. Right, everyone, thank you so much, and let's take a look what we have. And wow, we've got a leaderboard. Thank you so much to everyone for participating in that. Okay, and the answer is there should be neither harming or reciprocating of harm. The next question. Okay. The Quran has clear verses about standing up firmly for justice. One such verse is in Surah An-Nisa, Al-Fatiha, or Al-Ikhlas. So I recited from a surah from the Quran. Was it An-Nisa, which is the chapter on women? Was it Al-Fatiha, which is the opening chapter? Or was it Al-Ikhlas, which is a chapter describing God? Okay, let's have a look-see. And we've got a leaderboard. Wow, okay, good stuff. Thank you so much. And the answer is, the verse that I recited was from Surah An-Nisa. And the last question, everyone. The aphorism we learned from the Book of Love is about love and light, heaven and hell, or life and death. The aphorism from the Book of Love by Sheikh Muhammad bin Yahya Ninawi is about love and light, heaven and hell, or life and death. Just a few more seconds, 3, 2, 1, and let's take a look at what the answer is. Okay, it is, there's our leaderboard. Okay, great stuff. Thank you, Sahib, Felipe, Kulsum. Okay, 7 of us got that right. It's about love and light. So that's the end of our quiz. Let's just have a look and see where we are. Just celebrate. Thank you, Sahib, Felipe, and Kulsum. Thank you, everyone. We really do value this incredible effort, this beautiful space of being present in amidst such great company. And may all of the work that we're doing collectively move the world forward as we move together towards love and light and peace. Our greetings of love and peace as we close out Ramadan. Thank you so much. Take care. Back to you, Prof. Reba.
Thank you so much, Fatima and Salima. That was amazing and wonderful. And we will, for those of you who are here later in the program, we will be hearing from Sheikh Nanawi himself. So we're very, very fortunate that he's going to be able to join us. Equally fortunate that Fatima and Salima, who have been devoting their lives to this work, have been here. What we're going to do now is we're going to play two audio clips. Gary, if you could play the next two audio clips, and then after that, you can introduce our next presenters.
Sure.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Peace podcast. I'm Annie Luck. When we wrapped up the first season of Speaking Our Peace in April 2021, the four of us who produced the podcast reflected on our experiences over the whole season. Here's a short clip where Priya talks about one of the things that she learned from putting the podcast together.
I think going back to when there was no podcast, and I thought that there should be something, and really I wanted there to be a way for the audience to feel like it wasn't out of reach to just start taking action and doing things that you thought needed to be done. And I think my greatest learning was going through that process myself, that I kind of hoped for other people, and how much work it is. It sounds simple when you're like, hey, you see something, there's a need, do it. It's not that simple. It takes time, it takes a lot of effort to learn new skills, but finding a team and finding a group of people that you trust and that support you and you support them has been extremely powerful. And so I think my greatest learning is going forward into whatever supportive roles I can be in for other folks who are trying to begin their own nonviolence work, or whatever other things that I do in my life. I think that a lesson that I'll take with me is to find other people, to connect with other people on a personal level, and bring them forward into the team. Work together, not alone.
Thanks for listening. If you're interested in hearing more from Priya and other episodes of Speaking Our Peace, please look for us wherever you pick up your podcast or from our website, speakingourpeace.com. We'd love to hear from you. You can email us at speakingourpeace@gmail.com or follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Our Peace Podcast. See you next time. This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Peace podcast. I'm Annie Luck. Shona Coomer is a dance artist and educator based in Los Angeles, California. Here in this highlight, Shona talks to Priya about her work to bring people together to promote peace and nonviolence, especially with those as allies in the struggle.
That's very meaningful work that I think a lot of people don't necessarily get the opportunity to do if their worlds are small, So I think one of the things that I can do is to help bring wider worlds to other people's worlds, So that's the educational process. So that's what I mean by doing that kind of work with dancers or people from all different parts of the world and bringing them together. I think that is a critical part of the work, and to be able to speak critically about history and about the present moment and what is happening with broken government or broken healthcare system or so many problems that exist. And I think sometimes, it's I'm a person with white privilege, right? So I'm a white ally, I guess, in the struggle. So that that carries like a huge responsibility with it, to be able to, sometimes I just want to leave when I see how broken the system is. And I've got my little escape route to Canada, my Canadian identity. Not that everything's perfect there, but I'm just saying. And but that's exactly when my work is needed, And I think it's just a quiet, subtle work sometimes in the background and sometimes in the foreground if needed. But it's not I've seen sometimes a more performative allies. And I think those are people that I also need to work with and help and assist. And I just think there's so much work to do.
Thanks for listening. If you're interested in hearing the full episode with Shauna, please look for Speaking Our Piece wherever you pick up your podcast or from our website, speakingourpiece.com. We'd love to hear from you. You can email us at speakingourpiece@gmail.com or follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Our Piece Podcast. See you next time.
Okay, friends, so we have two more speakers who will be joining us now. Chetna Malhotra, who is an artist and cultural entrepreneur, founder of Rangbhumi. Chetna started with applied arts medium and now also works in module designs, consultancy, facilitation for organizational cultural building. Her curiosity lies in the power of embodied learning practices to transform the inner space of the stuck. Chetna is a board of members of International Playback Theatre Network and Pedagogy and Theatre of the Oppressed, and has published work in Pedagogy and Theatre of the Oppressed Journal, where she'll be joined by Ashima Vishnoi, who is an educator and applied theatre practitioner who has been working since last 7 years in India and other countries with art-based pedagogies to create collective learning spaces for critical inquiry and collaborative reflections. A theatre artist herself, she has acted in many plays, a short art film, and co-creates process-based performances. She has been a marcher in the Jagat 2020 Global Peace March and is one of the producers of the Speaking Our Peace podcast. So here I welcome Chetna and Ashima.
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, Ashima.
Yeah. Just give me a couple of seconds, Chetna.
Okay, so you can begin. Okay.
Yeah.
If nobody is coming, then I am coming. I am here. I will speak. My name is Ramat Khan. I am from Afghanistan. I will speak about my story. Adab, adab. So,
excuse me. Wait, I think we have a session around here. And Ashima, are we not supposed to speak now?
Yeah, it is we on the list, and I don't see any Rahmat Khan on the list.
It's okay. It's okay. I will speak. No problem.
No, you were not. You were. I think you're not on the list, and you're not invited here. It's our turn.
Yeah, Rahmat, it's our turn, and
I would like to introduce myself.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Rahmat, if you are around here, I think then we welcome you. Okay. Thank you. Well, we'll have to Ashima just adjust now with the flexible flow. So let's do something then, my dear friends. Everybody here in the room, welcome. We have a guest here, Rahmat Khan. Rahmat Bhai, welcome. And what we are going to do is, now that he is here, we are going to maneuver our presentation a little bit. So Rahmat Bhai, please for some time. So all our dear friends who are watching us here in the Zoom room and on the Facebook, maybe you can also answer. Let's explore this. You know, what we are going to do is, as Anurag, our young intern, has posted on the chat, this is a participatory presentation. So I'm going to invite you all to please share on the chat few explorations that we are going to do. Our first drama convention exploration is, we are going to invite you all to share, who do you think this person is based on the attire he's wearing? Who do you think that person is? We can also look at gender, maybe what gender, his cultural identity, which country does he come from, nationality. So please use the chat button and tell us where do you think this person comes from and who do you think this person is? Maybe we'll give you a few seconds to type in and share with us. Come on. Yes, audience, we're waiting for your comments.
Yes.
And so is Rahmat Bhai. So we have already Afghan, Iraqi, Saudi man. Okay, Nabil, thank you. Anybody else? Come on. Okay, while we are typing, we can also think, where do you think this person would stay? You know, what would his house look like? What he would eat? What could be his space of living? Does he have a family? How does he travel? Maybe all of that. What do you think he likes to eat? So maybe explorations, you can write answers or responses to any one of these statements that I explored with you. Come on, audience, we are waiting for you on the chat box, or you can unmute and also share. So here's Rahmat. Yes, waiting. Yes, house made of boulders, plastered with mud, hot weather, modest living. Okay, Nabil, wonderful. Thank you. As we are waiting for more responses, so what we will do now is, Jose Riva, thanks. He used to have a wonderful house, but it has been destroyed by war. Very interesting. So what Riva, Nabil, and I'm sure all of you are exploring in your own mind and hearts. So let's do something. This is an investigation, an exploration. Let's invite Rahmat Bhai here to speak about his identity and his introductions. And he has an eagerness to speak. Yeah, so let's go to him. So on a count of 3, he will be live. Rahmat Bhai, 1, 2, 3, and live. Tell us with Ashma, yes.
Yes, my name is Rahmat Khan. I'm from Afghanistan. I come here in India. I sell nuts, cashew nuts and pistas and raisins. I do my business here. India is like my mulk.
Oh, is it? Rahmat, but how do you come? Like, I'm very curious to know from Afghanistan, how you have traveled to India.
See, there is a Badshai Sarak here. In English, you say Grand Trunk Road. The Grand Trunk Road, from there I came. We all have people like me. There are other Kabuliwalas also coming here in Kolkata doing business.
Oh, so you have migrated. You have migrated walking down that road.
Yes, correct.
Oh my God. So how is it? How do you feel, Rahmat, being migrated in another country?
I have a small child there in Afghanistan. I am earning for my family. And in Kolkata, I found Mini, very, very sweet girl. I like the way she is. She reminds me of my own daughter.
Oh, you have a daughter at your home.
Yes.
And what about your family? How often do you meet them?
See, Afghanistan is far away. I try to earn money, a lot of money. How much ever money I earn, I go there in Afghanistan. I stay there for some time. with my daughter, with my family. I like it, and that's why I come here for my business. I do a lot of hard work here.
Yes, yes. 1 minute. I think, Ashima, there's somebody at the door. I need to check. Yes. Yeah. 1 minute. Huh? Yes. Okay. Why are you barging, sir? Why?
Where is Rahmat?
But why are you barging in? Wait, there's a presentation going. Rahmat is right here, but Ashima, there are these 4-5 police. These are 4-5 police officers who've just come in.
I didn't do anything.
No. You are going to come with us.
Rahmat. Okay. Okay, calm down. Police, can we ask the policeman Chetna that they just wait for 2 minutes and we can ask Rahmat what is happening?
Okay. Sir, please, we can take just 3-4 minutes. We need to just speak very quickly. Sir, please.
Maximum 1 minute. That's all.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Rahmat, please. Calm down. Don't panic. Please come and sit and tell us what has happened. Why these policemen are up to you.
I didn't do anything. One of my customer, he told to come to his place. I went there to get my money. He told, okay, after these days, you come here and take money. I went there and he was not giving money. So we had some quarrels, and in that skirmish way, that I stabbed him. I didn't want to hit him, but I was so angry. There was so much anger.
Yeah, I understand. And how are you feeling in that anger, Rahmat? And I also invite at this point people from the audience from inner circle of Rahmat's life and outer circle, like his neighbors, people are on the streets, people who know Rahmat and who have seen Rahmat. If you are in that place, what do you want to say about this? What do you want to say about Rahmat being in this situation and his anger? You can write on the chat box. Till then, Rahmat, do you want to talk about your anger? Like, how are you feeling in this anger?
See, I'm a good man. I don't hurt people. People know, children know me. He didn't give me my money. I had to go to Afghanistan to meet my family. How will I go? Not right. He was not right. The police should arrest him.
Are there any other Kabuliwalas, any other people who have friends, who are friends with Rahmat and want to speak? If you were in the place of Rahmat's friend or Rahmat's sister or Rahmat's father, or people who like talk to Rahmat every day and buy dry fruits from him, what would you say? Yes, Nabil. You can come on screen and also interact with Rahmat.
रहमत भाई अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। वालेकुम सलाम।
कैसे मिजाज है आपके?
बहुत बढ़िया। लेकिन आपको पता है ये सब जो भी हुआ इससे ठीक नहीं लग रहा है। हम अच्छा था, सब अच्छा चल रहा था, everything was going fine, but this
कोई बात नहीं, हालात है, वक्त के साथ में ठीक हो जाएंगे, इतना परेशान मत होइए। आपके साथ में हम सब लोग हैं ना रहमत भाई, क्यों परेशान होते हैं इतना?
पुलिस वालों को बोलो, tell them I am not the culprit, tell them to arrest that customer.
तो बात करेंगे ना, ऐसा दूर भागने से तो इलाज नहीं निकलेगा, हमको उनके साथ बैठ के बात करना पड़ेगा। अगर हम दूर भागेंगे, वो हमारे ऊपर हमला करेंगे तो नफरत तो और बढ़ेगी।
सही बोला।
नफरत को खत्म करने के लिए आपस में बातचीत जरूरी है रहमत भाई। आप बात को बोलो, अल्लाह ने चाहा तो वो उस बात को समझेंगे।
सही बोला नबील भाई।
Yeah, so all the people you there in the audience, come and help Rahmat. And even if you want to say any other point also, we are inviting you at this point. You can write in the chat box like Nabil Bhai just entered and talked to Rahmat. In this critical situation of, like, there is a person who is being charged, he's a migrated identity in another country.
Sorry, Ashima, we've only got about 3 minutes left for your session, so I wonder if maybe you can wrap this up, because I think some people are a little confused about what's going on.
Okay, yeah. So, okay. So these were some drama conventions. Thank you, Rahmat Bhai. You can come de-rolling yourself. Rahmat is one of us in the organization, and he has taken a role, which is the drama convention teacher in role. And we just shared with you by having this interactive session that how we are using drama convention in the classroom. Chetna can talk more about it, and then quickly we can wrap in 3-4 minutes.
Sure, thank you. What you just saw was a live classroom. We just wanted to do a quick glimpse of what a classroom would look like. And we already have comments, thanks Natasha. And what we did today were about 4 to 5 drama conventions. And these drama conventions are borrowed from the work of Dorothy Headcoat, who ran this amazing space called the Mantle of the Experts space. And these are these 40 to 45 drama conventions. Today you saw Roll on the Wall when we asked you to talk about his space of living, his costumes, his attire. Then we also moved on to Teacher in Role, where Roshan became with a piece of scarf he took and he became the role, and he is now out of the role. Then third is Conscience Alley, where Ashima asked you to be the conscience or the voices of various people and their voices in the head, the projections, which can come along as a peace building dialogue, which Nabil Bhai did very, very fantastically. So these conventions, if you see, were introduced in the UK post-World War II because children were highly depressed because of the World War repercussions, and the government funded these spaces in order to make learning more joyful. Yes, so I'll pass this to our team, Roshan and Ashima, to talk further.
Yeah, so I just would like to add that during this drama convention, children were very keen to they were very keen when this drama session will happen. Every week they used to look forward to it, and drama conventions gave them a space where they could explore their own perception about Afghanistan, about people of Afghanistan. And in today's context also, they also connected with how in today's context Afghanistan, the people are migrating, they are also leaving their own country, so they could relate in the contextual, the today's context as well. Yeah.
Ashima,
yeah, also as a teacher, I would like to speak that while having these classes, I was also very surprised that children came up with so many layers to oppression and to the idea of violence and the identities. And as a teacher, I would be surprised as if, okay, this moment has come, which I was not prepared for. So in this moment, can the creativity be scaffolded? Can there be more inquiry into this? And can there be more dialogue around that? Just like Nabil Bhai said, that in this situation where everybody feels like panicking and freaking out, can there be a possibility of compassionate dialogue? Can there be a process where we come from the binaries of violence and non-violence and go into and tap those inner layers of empathy, the inner layers of that person having multiple dimensions? It's not just the migrated person, maybe the illegal migrant, but what is he made up of? Like, what is his story? He has a family back there in Afghanistan. He's working hard. He's making friends here in Kolkata. So there were some of the inquiries in the classroom, and we were very happy that children also gave us beautiful moments to create those moments for us. And as a teacher, being spontaneous with the creativity and coming up with non-violent solutions and more efforts of peace building in those smaller moments.
Yeah, just to wrap it up, maybe in one line each of us can add. Also, the idea of building in peace through the non-dominant narratives, because the text or literature, what the children would read in a class is just, the teacher would go read and come back. However, through our drama conventions, we are looking at the complexity of the narratives, of also the social, political, cultural realities, and the non-dominant narratives, very important. So if the children are exposed, and we also learn through our co-exploration spaces that these narratives can also exist. Can we see Rahmat Khan as a human being who is a migrant, who's walking for his own earning? So children have thereby developed this idea of peace dialoguing through this perspective of identity, which is not really spoken about. And also that my own personal journey of a child who has a migrant family from Pakistan to India, this space became very close to me to see what my identity of displacement was, also along with the children. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes.
Yeah, and in last 1 minute, okay, if Reva, you allow, we would love to hear from other people how they felt and if they have any suggestions.
Sure. Let's just take maybe a minute for that, a real minute, not an Indian minute.
Sure. Yeah. In the audience, if you want to.
Ashima, if I can.
Yes, please.
I think this was a very interesting exercise, finding non-violent solutions in a violent situation is something that is the biggest challenge in front of us. It could have been very easy to intrigue the person to get into violence or get into confrontations, but to find ways that can build sustainable and long-term positive non-violent solutions. I mean, this is a fantastic exercise. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nabil Bhai, because you shared, and with your enthusiasm of sharing and speaking in the same language as Roshan was speaking, that also spoke to me so much, because sometimes we take this issue of language so seriously, and yeah. So thank you so much, and thank you everyone for joining us and your beautiful comments. Thank you, Reva, for having us.
Thank you. Oh, thank you so much, Ashima, Chetna, Roshan, all of you from Rangbhoomi. That was amazing. So wonderful to see what you are doing. Gary, I wonder if you could play our next audio clip, and then I will introduce our next guest.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Peace podcast. I'm Annie Luck. This highlight comes from the episode titled Building Peace Through the Arts. Here, we listen to Alejandra Barahona, known as Bara, an artist, illustrator, and educator from Guatemala. In this highlight, Bara talks about the local mural projects that bring the whole communities together.
So we're going back to talking a little bit more about art and how it can change people, how I use it in my life. I also use art in community development. I work in different projects doing murals in different communities in Guatemala and in other countries. And what I have seen through working with murals, with communities, I have seen that this has helped people building teamwork, unity, a sense of belonging, empowerment, self-worth, and achievement. So whenever we go into a community and work with murals, we usually start with a sketch and with a meaning. It has to have like a theme, usually. Then with my team, we outline the mural, and then we put everybody, in the community or whoever is working with us to paint together. So this is really a fun project because everybody gets involved, and you're doing it in a community, so people from the community are painting the mural with us. This was a project we did in Spain, and this was a really challenging project because we did it with 6-year-olds to 17-year-olds, and we work with spray cans. So imagine a 6-year-old with a spray can. It was a little chaos, but it was really fun. And what we do is that we come one day, we paint with the community, and the next day we come with my team, we fix the mural and we finish it together. And this mural especially, it was really nice because when we were working only with my team, the next day, some of the kids that painted the previous day came with their families and came with their friends to show them what they have done, you know, and they were telling them, this is the mural I did, you know, this is the mural I helped with. And when they were seeing the result, they felt really proud because it was their mural, you know, they were part of the mural and they were showing everybody. So it creates this sense of accomplishment, you know, and my team leaves the community and sometimes never comes back. So it's not our mural, you know, it's the community's mural. And they feel really proud about it. And there's something about murals that uplifts a community.
Thanks for listening. If you're interested in listening to the whole episode with Bara and other speakers on peace and arts, please look for Speaking Our Peace wherever you pick up your podcast or from our website, speakingourpeace.com. We'd love to hear from you. You can email us at speakingourpeace@gmail.com or follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Our Peace Podcast. See you next time.
Thanks so much, Gary. It's my pleasure now, my absolute pleasure, to introduce to you my dear friend. And actually, a little while ago, I told him that he was actually my brother now, Joe Cloutier. Joe co-developed Inner City High School in Edmonton and has spent the past 30 years working with Edmonton's marginalized, urban, Indigenous, and other youth in programs for peace and justice. And Joe, I will turn it over to you.
I will do the first thing is to unmute myself. So I think that's probably important. So can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Okay, now I'll do the next thing that I mess up sometimes. I'll be sure that I can share the screen. And there we are. Can you see that image?
Yes.
Okay, I will go ahead. So as you know from Reva, I'm Joe, and thank you, Reva, and thank you to everyone for participating and for allowing me to be in your company. And I really am honored to do that. So you heard about in the podcast, the early work of the drama, I guess the early drama work. And that work resulted in some of the youth saying that what they needed to move forward was a school. So of course we had been thinking of doing opening a school anyway, and we opened Inner City High School with a few members of our drama group and a couple of their friends. We opened it up as a kind of private school, so not connected to the public school system, because that would be impossible. We'd be buried in a long list of requirements and deep into a bureaucracy that wouldn't work for the marginalized Indigenous urban youth that we work with. So, but we realized pretty quickly that just by opening a school and saying, here you are, and here's the books, wasn't going to magically bring rainbows over their lives and over the building and solve all the problems. We needed more. Many youth were in desperate situations, lacking resources, living in unsafe, unstable accommodation, housing. We needed a wraparound school that was comprehensive enough to supply whatever supports we could to help create the conditions for pedagogy to exist. The state that they were in, there was just worried about what's going to happen tomorrow. What am I going to eat tonight? How can you go to school with that?
So we created the Inner City Youth Development Association as the umbrella organization for our two programs. So Inner City High School is our independent academic and arts-based school. And the Youth Engagement Program reaches out to, as this thing works, to youth on the street level to engage them in our programming. Our focus at this point is on stabilizing the youth from the uncertainties of street life and the associated habits, because you can't just say, come on in from the street, doors open, here's some food, now get to work, go to class. Because there's just a whole, living on the street requires a different set of skills that are not accepted by the dominant society, but you need them to survive in that kind of violent environment. So since this session is intended to be engaging and not just me talking, although I know you'll be really disappointed about that, there will be a couple of opportunities to participate, one part way through and one at the end of this presentation. I'll present a serious social issue, social problem that is active in Canada at this time. It involves the abuse and dehumanization of a marginalized population, specifically Indigenous women and girls. Oh, why doesn't everything work like it's supposed to? Powerful image of a hanging red dress, which will appear later in the presentation, and the handprint across the mouth have come to symbolize the missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls, and to represent the thousands of women silenced. But first, a bit of background to this tragedy that demands that we don't remain silent. As the session proceeds, I ask you as educators to write a few lines in chat stating how you might respond to this or a similar situation with your students. Towards the end of the presentation, we'll read out as many responses as time permits. That part I wrote before I realized how this was going to roll. So that won't be necessary because they'll be in chat and you can read them yourself. So after that, I'll present an example of a response from one of our classes, a response to this particular issue. In 2015, Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission heard the voices and intergenerational impact of colonial policies on Indigenous people. This commission was the seed for the 2019 National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Women and Girls. Survivors of violence spoke about a surrounding context marked by multi-generational and intergenerational trauma. They spoke of their marginalization in the form of poverty, insecure housing, homelessness, and barriers to education. They spoke of the lack of employment opportunities and healthcare and cultural supports. Elders and knowledge keepers spoke to specific colonial and patriarchal policies that displaced women from their traditional roles in the communities, in governance, and their diminished status in society, which left them vulnerable to violence. The missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls were also mothers, daughters, sisters, aunties, cousins, and grandmothers. Some were students completing post-secondary education, such as Loretta Saunders, an Inuit woman murdered at age 26. Loretta was completing her honors thesis on this very issue at the time she went missing. Others were only children, such as 15-year-old Tina Fontaine. Tina was a ward of the child welfare system at the time she went missing and was later found sexually abused, murdered, and floating in the river. This violence is faced by Indigenous women and girls from all walks of life across the country. Last week, we held a vigil in our school for Nikki Frenchman, a former student who has been missing since last July and feared to have met the same fate as thousands of missing Indigenous women and girls found murdered and sexually abused. As I mentioned earlier, we do our best to support youth involved in street life. When they first come to us, you may wonder, well, we do our best to support youth involved in street life. You may wonder, why are they on the street and not at home with their parents? Well, between 80 and 90% of the young people we work with are marginalized Indigenous youth, aged 15 to 24, mostly without parental support. Many have been apprehended from their homes at a young age and placed in foster care, often moving from home to home and school to school. On average, our students have been in from a low of 10 to a high of 27 schools to reach the mid-elementary level. That's grades 3 and 5. Now, you think these people are 17, on average, 17 to 19 years old, been on the street, have no education, but are intelligent enough and resourceful enough to survive without resources. It takes intelligence and it takes skills to do that. But formally, between grade 3 and 5, and even less in mathematics. This negative relationship with schools has a long history. As in other places, the youth suffer from the impact of colonialism and the residential school system, where children were apprehended from their parents and placed in these schools, often far from their homes and often never to return. Attempts were made in the schools to strip the children of their culture and language and assimilate them into the lower levels of the dominant society. Many children suffered physical, sexual, and psychological abuse in an ongoing 100-year pattern. The latent impact of this violence and trauma helped create the self-destruction, systemic racism, and intergenerational trauma that impacts our students and society today. Poor Indigenous women and girls are dehumanized and become prey to satisfy the sexual appetites of the hunter. Elders and many others are no longer silent and speaking out about this assault on their human rights. This unspeakable violence against Indigenous women and girls happens within a broad context shaped by colonialism, racism, and marginalization. The devastation caused by this disappearance, rape, and murder of a parent's child or a child's mother are so prevalent in the Indigenous community that the cries for justice can no longer be ignored. These red dresses hanging at the Canadian Museum of Human Rights signifies an acknowledgement of this tragedy. Now, at this point in the presentation, I was going to take a few minutes to review the comments, but I'll just kind of pause for a minute or so and give you an opportunity, if you care to put in some suggestions. And I'll follow this up with an example of one of our small steps in the slow work of educating for peace. There's many, I'm just highlighting one. There's many other things going on around this particular issue and others. But this is what I kind of was able to document to present to you. So the work I'm going to will show you is a yet untitled and in its rough stage hip hop song recorded in our music studio. hip hop or rap can be a form of narrative development and be part of a pedagogy of peace and justice. So it'll begin with a recording of a newscast about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Then the song follows the newscast. I translated or formalized as little of the slang as I thought necessary for understanding. So now I'm just going to pull this up and get started. So there's the newscast, and I'm going to show the lyrics as the song goes. So hopefully you can understand it.
Red dresses blowing in the wind at this vigil in Chelsea, Quebec are a sad reminder of Canada's missing and murdered Indigenous women. Vigils around the country Monday are honoring these women's lives. We're letting the families know that they're not alone. In Alberta, Natawawaki English organized a march in honor of her daughters, one of them brutally murdered in 2015.
Joey's body was dismembered and was spread around Calgary, Alberta, Crescent Heights parks, and the landfills. To this day, Joey's limbs still sit in the landfill.
Look, I'm sick of women going missing, dying every day. The government ain't listening, got me tripping on another case. Yeah, thinking about my mother when I'm gonna see her face. Hoping every woman stay alive, well and safe. I'm sick of women going missing, dying every day. The government ain't listening, got me tripping on another case. Yeah, thinking about my mother when I'm gonna see her face. Hoping every woman stay alive, well and safe. I see a lot of women sipping, joining up the gang. See the younger generation doing everything today. Popping pills and sipping lean, ain't take away no pain. Never ever trust nobody, gotta think in different ways. Even remember taking native women clean out the street when she was just cold, yo, needing somewhere to sleep. Now I'm sitting on this mic telling people the story. I hope you learn from this on the way to keep going. I'm sick of women going missing, dying every day. The government ain't listening, got me tripping on another case. Yeah, thinking about my mother when I'm gonna see her face. Hoping every woman stay alive, well and safe. I'm sick of women going missing, dying every day. The government ain't listening, got me tripping on another case. Yeah, thinking about my mother when I'm gonna see her face. Hoping every woman stay alive, well and safe. Shout out to my ninjas down in the native nation, been through everything, bro. These lives are complicated. If we have a dream, take the time to go and chase it. Got us moves to create it from the deep inside my face. It this the way I keep on moving, life I never lose. And when I make it, million coming, cause get us all moving. This the way I keep on moving, life I never lose. And when I make a million coming, cause get us all moving. Hey, rest in peace to all the ones found under the ground. Why ain't anybody noticed anything until now? It was always white man against all of us browns. I'ma keep on spinning facts until it's my last round. Rest in peace to all the ones found under the ground. Why ain't anybody noticed anything until now? It was always white man against all of us browns. It was always white man against all of us browns. Look, I'm sick of women going missing, dying every day. The government ain't listening, got me tripping on another case. Yeah, thinking about my mother when I'm gonna see her face. Hoping every woman stay alive, well and safe. I'm sick of women going missing, dying every day. The government ain't listening, got me tripping on another case. Yeah, thinking about my mother when I'm gonna see her face. Hoping every woman stay alive, well and safe.
Thank you. Now we had, I just got to make, guess I'll stop the share at this point and hope I don't mess anything up. Is that okay? Did I?
Yep, you did that well, Joe. Do you want to turn on your camera so we can actually see your face?
I didn't know my camera was turned off, but yes, the sharing turns it off. There I am. How do I look? I'm okay?
Brilliant.
Now, we had an issue that maybe you can help us out with, because at the end of the song, it says it was always white men against all of us brown. And there was a bit of controversy about, because that song will be produced. It's going to be on YouTube, and there's going to be a video with it. Like, that's kind of the idea. So it'll be shined up and not quite so rough. But some people wanted to take those lines, it's always white men against all of us browns, take those lines out to put it on YouTube. Others thought, well, no, they could stay in. And I'm just wondering, what do you think? Do you think that those lines should stay in that when they put it on YouTube? Or do you think that those lines should go out? That is my question.
I think I'm going to jump in and say, I think it's a really difficult choice to make, because if it's going to go up on the internet, that sort of invites a lot of really hateful response. On the other hand, there's a reality there that needs to be represented. I might want to change it to it's always the white system or the dominant system rather than white men, but that would be me.
It's always the system against all of us, Brown.
Yeah.
Are there any other suggestions or? I also marked my phone to time myself, but I forgot to start it. So I'm not sure how I'm doing with time.
I think, Joe, that you can go for about 2 more minutes, if that's okay with you.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So the only thing I can say is just to thank you very much, and any comments you have around that white versus brown problem, we welcome them in the chat, and we'll take everything into consideration. It is a very difficult issue, and it has only recently, in the past few years, come to light, but it's been going on for a number of years. There's even a highway in a little bit north of where I live, called the Highway of Tears, and it's in a remote area, and women and young women would hitchhike from one town to another to get supplies or whatever they needed to do. And so many disappeared along that highway, that it got the name the Highway of Tears. It was just bodies found in the bush all down the road, people picked up while they're hitchhiking. So again, thank you very much for allowing me to present.
Joe, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. I just want to say that one of our very dear friends who is from Mexico, Monica Acevedo, is not with us today because she's actually participating in a demonstration in Mexico, and a lot of the work that they have been doing there has been also around the issue of murdered and missing women. So I think there's some conversations that we need to be having across our borders here about these same issues, and about the ways that we can address them and connect with them. So thank you again. I'm going to turn it over to Gary.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Peace podcast. I'm Annie Luck. In the spring of 2021, Ashima Vishnoi, one of the producers on our podcast, spoke with Javier Garcia, a physician from Spain. Ashima and Javier met as Jagat marchers back in 2020. In this podcast episode, Javier reflects on his experiences during the global march. Here's a short highlight.
My message would be, I would encourage everyone to follow the call. Firstly, to listen to the call, because sometimes life is so crazy and so busy that we don't have the time and the silence and the space to listen to that call. So firstly, give yourself the time and the silence to listen to that. And secondly, to follow that call.
And how easy was it for you, or difficult was it for you to be a successful doctor and then leave that and take this path?
Well, now that I'm back to medical work, I am, so to say, paying the price of doing that, because I quit it for 2 years. So it was a very long time without doing any medical work. So now going back to medical work is not so easy, after 2 years. So at the beginning, during the first weeks here in this new job, it was difficult. I had to study me all the time, like all the time studying, yeah, like working very hard to go back to my previous knowledge and my previous capacity. But I have never had the smallest thought of regret. See, it's like, okay, now it's hard, it's the price I had to pay, but it was for me so clear that I had to quit medicine for a period of time and to follow that call. Now the call is like bringing me back to medicine or to medical work, but it's just fine. I mean, I'm not asking life to give me only pleasant moments. There are also hard moments sometimes, but I guess that as long as it's the same pathway that you are just like following, then everything is fine for me.
Thanks for listening. If you're interested in hearing the full episode of the conversation between Javier and Nashima, please look for Speaking Our Piece wherever you pick up your podcast, or from our website, speakingourpiece.com. We'd love to hear from you. You can email us at speakingourpiece@gmail.com or follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Our Piece Podcast. See you next time.
Friends, now we've been joined by Lorena Julio, who is the co-founder and president of Fundación Comparlante. She is a Jagat worker. Fundación Comparlante is a non-profit organization that promotes equity and the development of persons with disabilities in Latin America. Lorena would also be joined by Sebastian Flores, co-founder and executive director of Fundación Comparlante, presenter of Circular Attraction Program. Every person with a disability has the right to develop and use their artistic, creative, and intellectual potential, not only for their own benefit, but also for the cultural enrichment of the whole society. Their team is composed by professionals from different areas and countries in Latin America who share a common goal to work every day to achieve an equitable and more accessible world for all. Sebastian and Lorena will be joined by Nicole Kishevich, dance instructor, circular attraction, Melina Deville, plastic arts instructor, circular attraction, and Romena Cruelas, literature workshop teacher from Circular Attraction. So over to you, Lorena, Sebastian, Nicole, Melina, and Romena.
Hi, Jagat, dear friends. It is a pleasure to be part of this session on teaching for peace and nonviolence. Thank you very much, Riva, for put things together and make this happen. Since 2018, when I get to know about the Jagat global movement, we start as a journalist and also as a leader of Fundación Comparlante, working on how to include AIMSA in our daily practice, in our actions, in our programs. So, and we have been making it for the last 4 years. Every time we talk about exclusion, every time we talk about discrimination, every time that we try to break down the barriers that persons with disabilities face every day, not only in Latin America, I can say all around the world. No? So now peace and nonviolence is part of our activism, it's part of our awareness campaign, and also the opportunities that we have been bridging for persons with disabilities. So today we want to introduce you a program, an art program, which is called Circular Attraction, where we use art as a tool for inclusion, for development, and also to spread the peace and nonviolent message of Jagat. So let me give the floor, pass the floor to my dear Sebastian Flores, Jagat, and thank you again for this opportunity. Sebastián.
Creo que Seba dijo que no le anda el micrófono. Algo escribió en el chat.
Yeah, Gary, can you make sure that Sebastian can get in?
He's already there.
His microphone and his camera weren't working?
Let me check if I can ask him to unmute. I've just asked him to unmute himself.
Okay.
Okay, Jerry, can we use the video number 1 to introduce a little bit what is circular attraction, the program?
Sure.
We can start with video 1, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
La paz no es negociable. Cuando mis ojos se pierden en la inmensidad del mar, cuando mis pies corren a la tienda por un pan, cuando alguien me levanta y saca las piedrecillas de mi rodilla. La paz es mojar mi cabello con gotas de lluvia. La paz no es el subsuelo que me oculta del sol o de la esquirla que corta y cercena su antojo. Brazos, ventanas, sueños. La paz es mirarse a los ojos y encontrar ese niño miedoso que se cubre con armas. Ojalá fueran plásticas y terminar secándose los ojos y limpiándonos los mocos con la manga. Nadie es demasiado grande como para no caer. Los osos se desploman. La paz es cuestión de partir el pan, de mostrar la otra mejilla con un apretón de manos, de compartir un chupete. Así uses cubrebocas.
Well, thank you very much. Let me say that Tania Delgado, which is the voice of this video, is participating now, is here with us in this session. Circular Attraction Program. Let me see if Sebastian, did you fix the audio? Can you, Sebastian? Okay, well, the objectives of the Circular Attraction Program is to develop free expression of interest, thinking, and feelings on the participants, to encourage the development of their own creativity, to promote a spontaneous demonstration of expression, to enable acknowledging their own body, to share spaces and activities with their peers, to support the exercise of free expression in a meaningful activities, to use art as means for personal development and inclusion, and to raise awareness about artistic work in the community and in the various artistic spaces. This program has 3 pillars. One is dancing, the second one is the literature workshop, and the third is plastic arts. So as you saw in the video, there's a mix of the literature workshop and the artistic and the plastic arts workshop. And for the last 3 weeks, we have been working on the topic of peace and non-violence with the 15 participants. They are from 11 different countries in Latin America. And now I would like to invite Romina to share with us how was that work. And I will try to translate. The main idea was like Sebastian doing this, but I will try to do my best.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry. I'm here. I'm back.
Thank you.
So sorry. Well,
Okay.
these technical issues. So thanks to all the team for trying to help me. I had to change the device to get in again. So good morning, good afternoon to all, and good night, good evening. Thanks so much. And well, so the show must go on, they say. And this is a really important space for us to be. So thanks for the invitation. Thanks for the support, because Circular Attraction Program, it's a wonderful experience. It's not just workshop program. Technically speaking, going right to the theory, it's about persons with visual, motor, and intellectual disabilities gathered around the same space, the same purpose, through a platform to express themselves, to recognize which are the potentials of their own bodies, of their own spirit, and express all that through arts in a circular way, through literature, to plastic arts and dancing. But for us, persons with some kind of disability, such as in my case, I have low vision, this means a lot more because it gives us the opportunity to know ourselves, something which might seem not that important, or that everyone should already know themselves. But when you take the time with the wonderful guide of professors such as Romina, Melina, and Nicole, to explore your own body, your own capacities, your own story, and what's going inside you, and as well at your surroundings, to transform into arts, it simply has no explanation enough to cover the endless opportunities that could give you as a person to go on with your life, to go on with all the many things that are happening around all of us, but especially around persons with disabilities, when discrimination, when wrong ideas about disability are still part of the daily speech, are part of the daily life for many of us. But art have this power to be peace builders. Art can drive a wonderful message of peace, because first of all, we must be in peace with ourselves to engage in all this wonderful process of secret detection. And what comes out after each session definitely builds peace in our surroundings, in our real world. I now would like to introduce you to this wonderful experience through the expression of them, the protagonists. And just a couple of things more before speaking up. One is to welcome Tanya, who's present in the audience. Tanya is a participant of this program, and she has given us the opportunity to reflect on the endless power of arts to build peace and to share what we have as humans to share each other. And as well, I would like to invite you to support this program, to keep supporting Fundación Comparlantes through your donation, to make this opportunity of bringing arts to persons with disabilities all around Latin America come into a greater peace future for all. Please visit our website, www.comparlante.com, and learn all the wonderful things we are sharing as an experience and how you too can enjoy. Thank you so much. So for the next part, I will serve as a translator from Spanish to English. Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Soy Romina Cruelías, soy escritora, profesora en Atracción Circular, coordinadora del programa, y doy talleres literarios.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Romina Cruelías. I'm the coordinator of the program, and I teach literature in Circular Attraction program.
Es un placer y un orgullo estar en este evento compartiendo con ustedes, desde ya agradecida con la Fundación Comparlante por darnos este espacio, y a ustedes, porque es importante visibilizar la discapacidad y la violencia en discapacidad.
I'm really grateful to Fundación Comparlante for giving us this opportunity, and especially to all of you for this space to share what we have as a message about disabilities and how important it is to make visible visibility and as well the violence going around disability.
Atracción Circular se caracteriza porque trabaja con el modelo circular que surgió acá en Argentina.
Circular attraction is characterized by its circular model or the theory, which was born here in Argentina.
¿Qué significa esto? Que la misma temática o el mismo contenido se aborda desde las tres disciplinas: artes plásticas, taller literario y danza.
What does circular attraction practice mean? It's to take one theme, one topic, and work around it through three types of arts: plastic arts, literature, and dancing.
En la práctica, con las profesoras observamos que no todas las personas entienden o comprenden de la misma forma, y vimos que muchos de nuestros alumnos entendieron las consignas a través de los sentidos y del movimiento.
As the professors find out during the practice that not all persons understand the same topic, the same issue to be covered the same way, but when sense and movement come into the class, all them experience and can express and work on that topic equally.
Con los alumnos de Atracción Circular reflexionamos sobre la paz, sobre la violencia, y ellos pudieron contarnos cómo sufren la violencia las personas con discapacidad.
With students of our program Circular Attraction, we have the opportunity from the start to talk about violence around their lives, about discrimination and all things that are going around persons with disabilities in terms of violence, but as well the peace process and how they visualize a peaceful process and life.
Ellos en este espacio pudieron poner en palabras este sufrimiento, y nos llamó mucho la atención que la mayoría relacionó a la palabra con la violencia.
In this process, they had the opportunity to put into words what violence means for all of them. And something which caught our attention is that all of them could relate violence with the use of the word, with the expression.
Compararon la palabra directamente con un arma.
They compared directly words to guns.
Y reflexionaron sobre, o sea, la reflexión fue: ¿cuánto puede herirnos una palabra? ¿Una palabra puede matar? ¿Una palabra puede destruir la autoestima?
Based on this, the reflection went around a question: how much can a word hurt? Can a word kill you? Can a word destroy your self-esteem?
Lamentablemente sí. La palabra tiene un peso y un filo inimaginable, y el uso de ciertas palabras discrimina y daña.
Sadly, the answer was yes. The arm that words can make on a person are undescriptible.
La población con discapacidad principalmente han sido disparadas con esta arma durante el origen de los tiempos, y ellos se sienten afectados y pudieron expresarlos, y hemos llegado a una conclusión.
Persons with disabilities have been armed with these guns, words. Yes, the expression violent word have attacked persons with disabilities as a community for years. And this is something that all the students could express during the session and reflect into the art, into the work we made on classes.
Y para
Going to a
cerrar,
conclusion.
para cerrar, la reflexión final es la siguiente. Creemos que para promover y practicar la paz, para forjar un mundo más justo, más solidario y más digno,
We believe, as a conclusion, this is what the students said, to promote peace and to strengthen a more just world.
Quizás sea algo tan fácil o tan difícil como pensar hasta 20 antes de decir una palabra, y que en ese tiempo podamos ponernos en el lugar del otro para sentir ese dolor en nuestro propio cuerpo.
Maybe the solution could be to count up to 20 before saying something that could hurt someone, that could be violent to someone else. And that way we could build a non-violent environment for everyone.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Romina.
Thank you so much.
We are running out of time. Please, can we give the floor to Melina and then to Nicole, and we will close with the last video, okay? Go ahead, Seba.
Yes, por favor, Melina, Romina, para poder terminar, ya que estamos sobre el tiempo, vamos a pasar la palabra con Melina y con Nicole y es el último video.
Y cerramos con el video. Eso.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias por este espacio para poder compartir lo que nosotros trabajamos en atracción circular. Mi nombre es Melina de Ville y yo soy profesora en artes visuales.
Thanks for all for this space to share what we do at Circular Attraction Program. My name is Melina de Ville and I am one of the teachers of the workshop.
En las artes plásticas nosotros trabajamos el tema de paz desde los sentimientos, qué nos transmite paz, qué nos dice en nuestro interior. Y
through my area, the plastic arts, we could work about what's peace and how we can express and bring peace through all the process and life.
Y se trabajó articulando las tres disciplinas. Lo que se escribía, se bailaba y luego se representaba en una imagen. O sea, el movimiento, la palabra y la pintura.
So, based on the circular attraction theory and way to work all these programs, everything that could, which was written afterwards, was expressed on a plastic art, on a draw, on a painting, and as well through movement in the dancing.
Y para cerrar, cada participante seleccionó su propio soporte, su propio material, y a través de la música, pudieron, digamos, ir representando, ir transmitiendo lo que sentían en ese momento.
So as a conclusion, each one of your students pick which is their important material to express all these conversation around peace and violence. And through music, they express all these feelings, all these conversation, picking a song.
Fue una experiencia increíble y la verdad, digamos, muchísimas gracias por poder compartir esto que nosotros vivenciamos en las clases en este espacio.
It was an awesome experience, and we are really thankful for this opportunity to share with us, with you, what we have been experiencing in each class. Thank you.
Como aire, busco la paz en mí y desde ese motor salgo a bailar.
Thank you, Gary. Well, now, Nicole, queremos escucharte.
Nicole, we want to hear you.
El movimiento es universal y creo que como somos un equipo y somos circular, somos movimiento, somos conexión, somos encuentro.
Movement is universal, and as I believe, us as a team, we are circular, we are sharing, we are feelings, we are together.
Romy tiene el don de la palabra, Meli tiene el don de los colores. Y yo soy el movimiento, pero creo
que
la paz
has the power of the word. Melina has the power of the arts. I got the capacity, the power of movement. And I believe that peace
Esta paz está sostenida por la creatividad y la inteligencia y la practicidad de Lorena.
And I believe that peace is sustained by the intelligence and the practicity of Lorena.
La dulzura, la contención, el saber de Sebastián.
The sweetness and the contention of Sebastian. Thank you.
Todos los videos que vieron, la creatividad de Álvaro.
The creativity from Álvaro, all the videos you have seen.
Y creo que somos un granito de arena en el medio de este mar, donde cada uno de nosotros tiene su lugar, siendo distintos y nos respetamos. Para mí, eso es la paz.
All of us are a little bit of sand in this big ocean we are living in. All of us in our place with our characteristics, and to respect all the difference and the places we are in. I really believe that there is where peace belongs.
Y esta paz de este equipo se ve reflejada en cada uno de nuestros alumnos en los distintos países de Latinoamérica. Y estas redes de unión nos sostienen ofreciendo el corazón.
And the peace shared among this team is reflected in each one of the students of the program, in each one of the countries all around Latin America, which are sustained under the message of offering our heart.
Gracias, gracias, gracias.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. A key message of this song we just shared a few seconds ago, it's who said that everything is missed. Today I come to offer my heart. That's what that song, which is really important in the Latin American folklore, says. And that's the message us at Fundación Comparlante and Circular Attraction Program want to share to you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. That's just so wonderful and amazing and fantastic to see and hear. And I wish we had so much more time to engage with all of what you're doing. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Gary, I think we are up for our next clip, and then I will come back and introduce our next presenter.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Piece podcast. I'm Annie Luck. Anish Dilakari has been working with Ekta Parishad in India for over 20 years. Ekta Parishad is an organization supporting India's poorest people in gaining control over the resources they need for their livelihood, especially land, water, and forest. In this highlight, Anish talks about the importance of food marches in terms of learning and making connections.
Food march is also something very, you can also smell spiritual part. You're doing something with the ground. Each step will, and so food march is something you can see people can see you, you have a direct interaction with the people. Now it is a global walk, so city to city, but earlier food marches, we are staying in villages, talking with people, identifying their issue, then moving to another village. So it's a connection process. So in that way, we have plenty of food march in our history. So that is the one reason we have interesting examples as a result of past food marches. So multiple things came, and after the globalization, this walk also have that much importance. That was the one reason. And again, entire journey is a kind of university, entire life. So this is also a learning process, different level. For example, this Jagat Yatra, I was in Serbia, I was in Bulgaria, different countries where I first time visited. Then even that, I don't know nobody there. Even after that, I have a confidence to organizing that food march in that countries. So that is the level of confidence which you are getting when you are committed for something. You will get, you are just suddenly going, booking a room, hostel, grabbing friends from the hostels, then taking a car by rent, driving in a annoying road as an international. So that kind of many things. So it's again, one part is learning process and how we can create our family quite globally.
Thanks for listening. If you're interested in hearing the full episode with Anish, please look for Speaking Our Piece wherever you pick up your podcast, or from our website, speakingourpiece.com. We'd love to hear from you. You can reach us at speakingourpiece@gmail.com or follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Our Piece Podcast. See you next time.
Thank you all. And just for our presenters, we're running about 15 minutes behind the time that was on the schedule. So just so that you know where we're at. I want to now introduce a very dear friend, Shauna Kumar. Shauna works as a somatic coach who teaches her clients how to engage the body's innate power to heal old hurts through awareness of the body's systems. Shauna has advanced training in movement analysis and somatic movement therapy and a PhD in dance. She co-founded a nonprofit organization called Dharma in Motion, which utilizes dance practices to gather community around important causes and to raise funds for women and communities in dire need. She also works as a creative advisor to the International Gandhian Institute for Nonviolence and Peace. Shauna, we welcome you. We thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Hey, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, and we can
great.
see you, which is more brilliant.
I can't see myself, but I'll try to do this well. Okay, so hi, I'm super grateful that you guys have organized this wonderful event, and to have heard a couple of the speakers who just went before me. I am going to talk very briefly since we don't have too much time. And then I'm going to show you a little bit of stuff that you could do yourself in your own space. So if it's possible for you to clear a bit of space on your floor, you could follow along with a little bit of activity. And if it's not possible for you, if you're stuck in a chair or you're unable to move more broadly, then you could adapt what I'm saying to your own body's needs. And I'm also available and happy to communicate further if anybody wants to reach out. What I'm talking about today is embodying peace, the idea of embodying peace. So our brains and bodies are wired with defensive responses that are seen in how we stand, move, respond to stimuli or approach challenges. And as babies, we go through organic stages of development as we learn about the world. So we're adapting through movement and touch, reaching with our hands, reaching with our eyes, really moving towards sensation. And in that process, most of us go through specific stages of development learning, for example, about the body halves, learning how to crawl before we learn how to walk. So most of us go through these stages. And over time, once we are standing and walking, we are very oriented toward this, what was called in dance, the sagittal plane, which is just going forward mainly. You know, we talk to people ahead of us. We move much less frequently in cross-body or lateral movements. And our families, schools, and so forth are located within this culture of violence that was discussed by the previous speakers, many of the previous speakers. So, you know, located within capitalism and all these systems of colonization and racism, sexism, fat phobia, phobia against people who are differently abled. And so a lot of those systems that we learn for movement reference this militaristic, rigid, sitting in a chair. So my job relates to undoing those things. We often hear about detachment through meditation or, you know, the nonviolent principles that Gandhi, Martin Luther King, and Desmond Tutu or others taught. But, you know, let's face it, it's not easy, right? We attach to feelings and words that are spoken, you know, sometimes by members of our own families, right? And sometimes in social movements, in causes that we are behind, we also attach with feelings of anger. And it's those feelings that stick to us that I am referencing right now. So, first of all, I also want to say that it's an extraordinarily difficult thing to not attach to those feelings, and I just want to honor the lineage that we are, you know, referencing in this discussion and this gathering of teach-ins of people who were, you know, deeply trained in the face of, you know, being sprayed down by hoses, being spat on, being hated, and you know, in the line of fire, choosing peace is a very, very difficult thing. And so, you know, there are a lot of us who attach negative feelings, and we know that we can meditate and we can move beyond those feelings, but sometimes that's not possible. And I want to offer today a practice that assists me in grounding myself. And it comes from a lineage of dancers who I've trained with, who trained with Ingmar Bartenieff, who escaped from Germany before World War II. And so a lot of her movement practices are based on this wellness activity that I'm going to share with you, the therapeutics of movement. And she studied developmental movement in children and noticed that sometimes people pass beyond or over developmental stages, and it can be very helpful to go back as a way of grounding and then finding ways to respond from a more powerful place, from a strong place that embodies the peace that we all so desperately need. Again, so please I hope you can find a space on the floor. I've laid down a blanket so that you can see a contrast. You can hopefully see me well. And then if you are unable to be have space around you, then or to move from a chair, then you can adapt the movement from where you are. A lot of the ways that we find freedom in our bodies is to explore the from the core of our bodies, from the torso. So we're finding freedom in the pelvic area, the freedom in our spines and in our head-tail connection. So I hope that everyone can hear me well, and I am going to put this right here, and I certainly hope that people will follow along, because it will make more sense to you if you do. It's an opportunity to move. I didn't want to not give you an opportunity to move. So let's start by, so I'll show you in this direction. Let's start by laying down in a constructive rest position with your arms out to your side, and focusing on your breath. Inhale and exhale. And as I say, if you have to be in a chair, you can do this. Let's do where you feel your feet grounded on the floor. And if that's not accessible to you, then you can feel your hands grounded on the floor. Just feel your body kind of moving your spine by moving from your tailbone, moving your pelvis up and down. And then let's just start with a leg lift. So you push from one foot and let it fall, and then push from the other foot and let it fall. And on your next inhale, just notice, I invite you to notice. And then on your next exhale, push and let it fall, and push and let it fall. And now I want you to try rolling up through your spine and coming up into what we often call a bridge in yoga, and rolling down through your spine. Inhale, and on your exhale, your next exhale, you can go at your own pace, rolling up through your spine. Good. And then allowing your spine to come down. Try vertebrae by vertebrae, coming down. And then on your next exhale, coming up. And then I want you to shift your pelvis forward towards your knees, and you will feel more weight in your heels and in your feet. So just try that. Your hamstrings might engage, and then coming back and rolling down. Good. And then rolling up through your spine, coming forward and going over to the left side and laying your pelvis down on the left side, and then rolling up and then crossing through the center and then laying your pelvis down on your right side, and then rolling up, coming to the center, and then laying your whole spine down vertebrae by vertebrae. Good. So this creates more awareness of your pelvis, more freedom in the movement of your legs and your torso. And just try dropping your knees to the right. And then on your exhale, bringing your knees back up, trying to engage with your core. And then on your left, and engaging your core, bringing it up. And just try that one more time for yourself. I want you to focus on relaxing in a drop, and then engaging through the bottom of your tailbone, your coccyx, and your core in order to bring your knees back up, rather than engaging the legs. And again, drop to the other side. And then on your exhale, again, focusing on almost like there's a button that in a couch that's being pulled to bring you back to center. Good. And now this is something, again, I hope that you can do on the floor, but if you can't, you can try just stretching out like a star. You can do this in a chair if you need to, or standing, but ideally on the floor. And I can show you in this direction. You stretch all your hands and stretch right through your hands and right through your feet, almost like you're pushing, right, like you have energy going like a star right through your body. Inhale and exhale. And on your next inhale, imagine you're inhaling beautiful energy and light. And on your next exhale, exhale anything negative that you're feeling that may have happened recently or that you want to let go of for the time being. You can come back to it in a peaceful way. And inhale, relax. And exhale, push through your hands, your feet in that star. Good. And now what happens with babies is we first learn body halves before we learn how to crawl. So if you can imagine a baby doing this, before learning to crawl. We're going to do this on our backs or in, as I said, if you need to, standing or in a chair. And here we are. And we try first the idea is to bring your elbow and your knee together. So just relaxing your body as much as you can. On the inhale, stretching into your star. And on the exhale, bringing your right elbow and your right knee together. And just allow your spine to follow. So my head even follows, right? And then stretching out into the star. And then find your next inhale. And on your exhale, exhaling out any negative tension, bringing your elbow and your knees together on the left side. And then stretching out into star, ideally on an inhale. On your next exhale, again, bring your right elbow and knee together, allowing your body to relax, your head to follow, and then stretch out into a nice big star. Beautiful. And then on the other side again, on your next exhale, exhaling out all the tension, your knees and elbows together. And then inhale into a nice big star, stretching out your hands and your feet. And now we're going to go a little step further. And on your next exhale, again, pulling your elbow, bringing your elbow and your knee together on the right, allowing your head to follow, and bring your left arm around in a big circle all the way around your body. These are called arm circles. So let's try one direction twice and the other direction. Paying attention to your breath and stretching out into the star again. Good. Big inhale when you get there. You don't have to follow my same pace, and bringing your left knee and elbow together. And then open into a star. And your left knee and elbow together. And let's bring the right arm overhead in a big circle. Again, and you might feel little spots in your body that are tight as you do all of this, but just remember this is helping you. And then, so the arm circles now go the other direction. So you've done two in one way and then two in the other. Good. So your body kind of is you're exploring your body halves. Now, I'm just checking my time really quickly. Good. Now we're going to do one more thing, which is, okay, we stretch into this star. Bring, you could watch me once if you want. Bring your elbow and your knee together, and then your arm circles over And if you notice, as I'm coming up, my elbow is nice and tight into my body. And then I come up into this position, like my first seated position. And then I come back, the elbow comes into the body, and I come all the way around. And again, I go to the other side. So body half, knee and elbow together, elbow pushes me up. And there's a freedom in this movement, and try to allow your eyes to follow where you're going. So if you want, try this with me. It really works amazing. Okay, so coming into a star, big inhale, and on your exhale, elbow and knee together, your body follows, almost like a fetal side position. Your arm circles around, you push up from your elbow, and allow your head to follow. Elbow comes down into the star. Go to the other side when you're ready. And your head follows. All right, so let's try this one more time so you can try and feel it. And again, whatever your body is capable of doing, just try to follow along because it will help. It will help you. All right, so big inhale into the star. Exhale, right knee and elbow, body follows, arm circles, top arm circles, coming back, head follows where you're going, coming back, elbow into the star. And then on the exhale, going the other way, arm follows. So let me, and then I invite you to come back down into the star. And if you want to, you could just watch me once doing it and then practice on your own afterwards. It gives you an awesome feeling of freedom in your body when you can start doing this. And it also helps us to repattern negative emotions.
Sorry, Shauna,
yes.
can I just ask you if you'll be able to wrap up in the next minute or two?
Yes, I have 45 seconds left. Okay, and so if you can just watch me once, it might be helpful to see where this can take you. So, and all right, so I don't have time to carry on, but I hope that you get something from that this helps you. There's also ways of, there's further things that we can do if we have time to repattern even ways that we attach emotionally to feelings and experiences. So I would love to talk to any of you about that and further, and I hope that you will reach out if you are interested. Okay, I pass it back to Reva.
Shauna, thank you so much. That was amazing. And even me sitting in my chair, not able to find space on the floor, I got a lot out of that, and I'm feeling a lot less constricted than I was a few minutes ago. So I really appreciate that. Gary, I'm going to turn it back to you.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Peace podcast. I'm Annie Luck. Lorena Julio is one of the founders of Fundación Camporonte based in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She was also one of the 50 marchers at Jagat back in 2020. When Lorena and I chatted for one of the episodes for Speaking Our Peace, she talked about one of the objectives that the foundation wants to achieve by providing support for people with disabilities.
With the main idea of bridge the gap of accessing to education for blind people. So our first program was an audiobook library. So the main idea was like to have an audiobook bank so blind people can access to information or education through the smartphone or a computer, you know, like put the new technologies at the service of access to education. That was the main focus. Then we keep improving and moving here and there. Also, under these coronavirus hard times, we use internet for everything, to connect with others, to ask for food, to do shopping, to study. Mm-hmm. But the 90% of the content available on internet is not accessible. A blind person cannot do shopping on Amazon. A blind person cannot manage a bank account in an independent and autonomous way. So imagine giving your password to someone else. You know, it's about dignity. So every time that we promote accessibility, we are promoting like equal opportunities for all. We are talking about dignity. Of course, it's a human right, and we should all like enjoy in fullness the same right. But you know, that's why we are promoting accessibility.
Thanks for listening. If you're interested in hearing more from Lorena and the great work that she and her colleagues are doing in bringing about peace and nonviolence, please look for the full episode wherever you pick up your podcast or from our website, speakingourpeace.com. We'd love to hear from you. You can email us at speakingourpeace@gmail.com or follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Our Peace Podcast. See you next time.
Okay, friends, now we have with us Muhammad Ninawi, who is an American theological scholar and a medical doctor based in Atlanta, Georgia. He is the founder of the Islamic Seminary, Medina Institute globally, which includes a Center for Nonviolence and Peace Studies. So, welcome, Muhammad.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's a great honor to be here today. And I think let me pick up where many of you also have sort of either left off or touched on, I think, an emphasis on realizing the absolute need as a human family today. One of our greatest challenges, if not the greatest challenge that we face as a human family, is peace and nonviolence. If we fail to create the necessary changes in our personal and collective thinking about how best to live alongside one another in harmony, in peace, in unconditional compassion and safety, and obviously with mutual respect, then we will fail in everything. We will fail ourselves, and we will certainly fail the generations to come. And I think irrespective then of our religious background or creedal or cultural, we haven't just failed ourselves, but we also then have betrayed our faith traditions. And therefore, I think we can and we must, not only we can, we should also think intelligently and deeply together about alternatives to the delusion that keeps surfacing that violence and war are arguable solutions to human problems, that increased conflict is an acceptable path to prosperity, economic prosperity, or it's an acceptable path to peace, that destruction is an actual means to construction. And you see that argument over and over and over, where we need to destroy to build. We need to do it's sort of like saying we need to kill to give life. But once you kill, how can you give life? we need to achieve our personal happiness alongside with others. And I think that's the call of the day, because it's difficult or it's impossible, spiritually speaking, and from a human perspective, that we will actually achieve personal happiness while so many in our world suffer violence and conflict and wars, and obviously all the attached miseries that come along with it. And we see it lately now in the Russian and Ukrainian violence that's going on, with the world just siding on one side or the other. And the victims will always be the people in many of these big games, just like the violence that was out in the Middle East in the past 10 years, let's say, that was called the Arab Spring, in Libya, Syria, Yemen, etc., etc. I think we need, as people of who are committed, let's say, to nonviolence and peace, who are committed to our shared oneness as a human family, we need to release ourselves and also spread that release from the pessimism that runs so deep in our cultures and veins, oftentimes whispering to us that there will always be wars, irrespective of what we do in our homes, in our communities, and between nations and tribes. I think dare to dream is the first step, and obviously work. The call is, whatever your faith is and culture, whatever the belief system is, I think it's important for all of us, and whether we're teaching our students or we're spreading and we're talking that message with people, to all become contemplatives, meditatives, students, teachers, visionaries, instruments, and activists of nonviolence. Oftentimes, and you all are experts in the field, but I mean, oftentimes people perceive nonviolence as passivism. And it's exactly the opposite. It's exactly an all-out effort to selflessly do the best you can. And I hear that as a call to love far more and far less conditionally, to be far bolder in our hopes for our world and for one another, to achieve the safety, the well-being, and the nonviolence, the peace we are now daring to dream. And I don't think anything else could matter more at this point. We may have been blinded by many things that are around us, but I think in all of us there is that light of vision, light of love, light of the longing for peace inside, from an inner perspective and from an outer perspective, and to see every human being on the planet as our sister and brother, as they truly are, and to love our neighbors as many faith systems, if not all faith systems, articulate in so many ways, and to love even our opponents, and to learn that at the end, we may be different colors, different ethnicities, different creeds, different languages, different backgrounds, but at the end of the day, we are all one. And the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ teaches us that in the hadith where he says, or in the prophetic tradition where he says, "Kullukum li Adam wa Adamu min turab," which means, again, you may be different colors, different backgrounds, different ethnicities, but at the end of the day, you are one people. That one people, oftentimes simply because of what happens in the world, the reality, the power struggles, and the I call it the sin of all sins, the arrogance that leads us to be greedy, that leads us to have envy, that leads us to have unrestrained ambition that is willing to trample the rights of others. that blindedness that makes us think our rights are more important than anybody else, and our feelings and perception that is based on a lower nafs desires are more pertinent than other people. I think that may give us some discouragement. And whenever I get discouraged by people's actions or by what, let's say, religious establishments sometimes do, or figures, or people in general, or those who take places of responsibility and leadership, I recall how much trouble Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, alayhim salam, how much trouble they were in, and how much trouble they had to go through, fighting all kinds of wars that were imposed on them, racism that was integral in their society, and weapons of mass destruction at their time. And their vision to change these weapons of mass destruction to weapons of mass construction. And I think that was the call of the day, and how they stayed put, remained consistent, persevered in faith, and did the best they could based on the circumstances, and carried on. So I take heart from the Prophet Moses, I take heart from Prophet Jesus, and I take heart from Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam, because they have endured it all with love. And that's the challenge, with a good heart. And now we see that the results of their work, the light is always still there, and the fruits are always there. And we just need to find them, search for them, and then provide them that opportunity. I think we can all find new strength and courage from role models we have in our different faith or traditional systems to carry on and be faithful in our service to the Creator and creation. I like to think of, and we have it in the Quran, which is really the beginning of revelation is compassion. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, it says. So I look at it as a revelation of compassion, and as a revolution, though I have my own preservation on the word revolution, but a revolution of love. And maybe I would like to call it the passion for compassion. The passion for compassion. And if we can share that with ourselves to transform ourselves, and also with people around us to convince them, and I understand it's not easy. And I understand it takes sometimes years, sometimes decades of actually willing to be refined and polished. But we are all capable, and that's the beauty. We all have that seed of love, if you are to say, that root of unconditional compassion within us. We all are equipped with it. We just need to activate it. And I think that from a point of faith, I would like, and oftentimes we are involved in interfaith, we're involved in many activities, and I think everyone in their own ways, but we need to invite humanity to become more meditative and more contemplative of love, unconditional compassion, and nonviolence. From a point of faith, our whole life is based on prayer, on reflection, on contemplation. But we need to understand also, even from a religious perspective, that such prayer, such contemplation, such reflection, such mysticism cannot be to go dominate others or the world for that, but so that we can connect. The whole point is that we can then connect with the living creator of all, the living creator of all. Many practicing religious people spend their whole lives praying by telling the creator of all what to do. They tell God what to do. And oftentimes when that doesn't happen, they become very upset with God the very God they believe in, for not making the world the way they like, and for people who have been slightly more improved, for not making the world a better place. Those who feel that they've been now advanced a little bit. So it's not about them as much. They figured, hey, they're upset with God. Why didn't he make the world a better place? But you all know that's not the way we speak with the all-wise, all-loving creator of all, and certainly not the way that we speak to someone we love. Prayer is about a relationship with the all-loving creator of all. Therefore, it needs to incorporate silent, active listening as a form of prayer, which is what I'm calling here for when we talk about meditative nonviolence. We need to have that meditation about nonviolence, and oftentimes it has to include silent, active listening, because you all know prayers, contemplation, meditation, adoration, connectedness means entering into the presence of the creator of all. For me and for many of you as well, it may mean dwelling in the nonviolence and unconditional compassion realm of Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad alayhi salatu wasalam. In other words, the spiritual life begins with meditative unconditional compassion, meditative nonviolence, that every one of us is called to be a spiritual wayfarer and ambassador of unconditional compassion, ambassador of nonviolence to the creation. So in prayer, we turn to the creator of all. We enter the presence of the one who loves us all, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, and that's the name in Arabic, and who disarms our hearts. That's the whole point of dhikr, we call it in Islam, or of meditation, disarming our hearts of our inner violence, and transforms us into people of prophetic unconditional compassion, and then sends us on a mission, disarming love, unconditional compassion, and creative compassion. Let's call it creative nonviolence. Through meditation, or dhikr as we call it, we learn to surrender in an engaged way to the creator of all. It's not passive engaged surrendering, it's engaged surrendering. We actively surrender our inner violence and our resentments to grant clemency and forgiveness to everyone, to move from anger and revenge and violence to compassion, mercy, love, and nonviolence, to move from deception to being transparent, so that we radiate personally the peace and the nonviolence we seek socially and politically and economically. Otherwise, from a point of faith, you all know we always radiate that which we harbor in us, irrespective of our words. And many people who have not been in the spiritual sort of practices, they misread that. They think that saying things and doing things while not having them in masks that reality. Never, never. But people of who are in that progress of refinement understands that. They simply choose to give forgiveness and clemency and bypass it. In the end, I think from a point of faith, peace and nonviolence are just like love. And that means they're all a gift from the creator of all. And I always tell myself and students as well, that we need to actively seek that gift. If we are addicted to violence, resentments, hate, lack of transparency, we need to turn to the creator of all, confess all these things, support one another through communities of cooperation, servitude that's selfless, and unconditional compassion and nonviolence. Basically becoming sober people of peace and creative nonviolence. the chief difference from a point of faith, again, between violence and nonviolence to many thinkers is that violence depends completely on its own calculations. What's in it for me? It's a very selfish point of looking, if you want to call it arrogant, actually, point of calculating. However, unconditional compassion, nonviolence depend entirely on the creator of all. It's a gift. In other words, blessed are those who channel love after they've embraced it. So I think because we take examples from the Quran, the Bible, the Torah, and in the Quran, Allah says, the creator of all says, كُلًّا نُمِدُّ هَؤُلَاءِ وَهَؤُلَاءِ مِنْ عَطَاءِ رَبِّكَ وَمَا كَانَ عَطَاءُ رَبِّكَ مَحْظُورًا, which means the creator of all grants all, the just and the unjust, from the giving of your Lord. For the giving of the creator of all is never restricted. It doesn't depend on the recipient. It's always based on the generosity and the unconditional compassion of the giver. All right. And the creator of all is merciful unto all. And that's a lesson for all of us, I think, that we should be too. And this is really the heart of a reflective or meditative nonviolence, or if you want, or meditative compassion, because we need to move from simply articulating what compassion and nonviolence is to activate that term by reflection and actually meditation properly and continuously. Then we're able to see everyone as a human being. And then we're able to see and recognize that the creator is the creator of all.
Sheikh Nanoui, I'm sorry, I'm hoping that you can wrap up in about a minute. Is that okay?
Absolutely. We'll do that. I think the great problem is we all have a duty to realize the deep need to connect with our soul, if I may say so. The deep need to surrender actively to the all-loving, all-merciful creator of all. And I think with that, we can go places. And whatever our background is, I think maybe the call that I need to continuously become better and improve, I think that's a call that we can all participate in. Everything is obviously emptiness without love and compassion. Thank you so much. And I wish you a very a great day and a guided day and a blessed day.
Sheikh Nanoui, thank you so much. I love listening to you because I always hear new things in what you say. I like this construction of, I'm not sure about weapons, but weapons of mass construction as opposed to destruction. I love that term of passion for compassion. I think there's just so much always that I learn when I listen to you. So thank you so very much. Gary, I'm going to turn it back to you.
This is a highlight from the Speaking Our Peace podcast. I'm Annie Luck. In June 2020, I spoke with Mudid Sharifas Tauba. Mudid, a poet and a freelance writer, was one of the 50 marchers for Jai Jagat that started on October 2nd, 2019, with the initial plans to go from Delhi to Geneva. When we chatted back in June 2020, it had only been 4 months since the pandemic stopped the march in Armenia. Mudid shared a poem he wrote based on his experience as a marcher, called Footsteps.
I've been walking on foot in India for the last 4 months. it is said that India is a country of diversities. People say, I have lived this variety while walking. I came to know that small changes can be seen here in every 4 to 6 kilometers. Taste of water, smell of air, dimension of trees, colors of leaves, softening of soil, people's expression, tone and language, tea, bread, rice, vegetables, everything. When we travel by a train or a plane, then we go from one place to other place. We see changes, but we cannot see the changes happening. We are not able to join the process of change. The process of change slips silently from under our feet. We can touch this change only by walking. When I walked into the villages, I felt soil under my feet. I can say that I kissed the earth with my footsteps. When I moved to cities, bitumen and concrete blisters my feet. I can say that there is no place to walk in bitumen and concrete, only to run. To run means not to reach anywhere, only to run away. There is a difference of ground and sky in walking on ground and flying in the sky. Even when silence joins us for the walk, even when wind stops its whisper to the falling leaves, even then there is one sound that prevails, the sound of our footsteps. In this sound, I could listen to the pitter-patter of the rain, or sometimes I feel it's a river flowing far away from us. Drop by drop echoing, distance by distance the river flows, and step by step we walk. Who knows, our walking may quench someone's thirst.
Thanks for listening. If you're interested in hearing more from Udit, please check out the full episode available wherever you pick up your podcasts or from our website, speakingourpiece.com. We'd love to hear from you. You can email us at speakingourpiece@gmail.com or follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Our Peace Podcast. See you next time.
Thank you so much. And we are now coming to our last presenter of today's event, Scott Nishimoto. Scott is the Executive Director of Seeds of Peace, a nonprofit based in Honolulu, Hawaii, whose mission is to raise peace-building leaders. Prior to this role, Scott served as the Vice President at Abilities Unlimited, a local nonprofit that served adults with disabilities. He's also the father of a 4-year-old and a 6-month-old who never fail to keep him on his toes. And Scott, I turn the microphone over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Reva. Can you hear me okay? Am I coming through okay?
Yes, you are.
Awesome. All right, aloha everyone. Like Reva said, my name is Scott Nishimoto and I'm from Honolulu, Hawaii. I know the day is winding down for many of you, but it's actually just beginning here in Hawaii. So I will say good morning to you all. While my full-time job is being a dad, like Reva mentioned, my other full-time job is to serve as the executive director of a local Hawaii-based nonprofit called Seeds of Peace. And we were founded by renowned peace builders, Dr. Kerry Urosevich and Dr. Maya Sutoro, both of whom you may know. And that's Seeds of Peace. As you can see in my name on my screen, that's seeds with a C, so C-E-E-D-S. And it's a play on words that combines the metaphor of a seed, so growth, as well as the fact that so many of our core values that we teach happen to begin with the letter C. So values like courage and compassion, conflict resolution, critical thinking, collaboration, commitment, and connection. And we teach and model these values through a number of different platforms in our community. We have professional development workshops for public school teachers. We have youth action planning workshops. We have school-based trauma-sensitive programming. And then we have cohorts focusing on self-care and well-being, as well as some community talk story events like this one. So I wanted to focus the next 10 to 15 minutes specifically on the topic of connection. And we find that everything we do as peace builders seems to kind of come back to this value of connection. And as we think about what's going on in the world, war and violence, they are products of a lack of connection and often the fear of making connection with the other. Discrimination, it's a product of a refusal to connect and instead come to these baseless assumptions and conclusions prior to connecting. And then that sense of lack of peace within oneself, that's often the product of a lack of connection with oneself and a lack of connection with others, because almost all of us need that feeling of interconnectedness in order to survive and thrive. So how do we build this connection? There is no simple equation. I wish there was. I wish it was that easy. But I would like to share what I've learned is a great place to start. It's a process which I hope you all can adopt in your own families and in your own work and in your own communities. And this process is called guts on the table. Guts on the table. So first, a little bit of context. I learned this process from a very well-known process designer and community activist and facilitator here in Hawaii. Her name is Auntie Puanani Burgess. She's quite well known here in Hawaii. And she has been involved in some of the most tense, high-profile mediations here in Hawaii, where locals and Native Hawaiians have had to go up against very powerful groups like the U.S. military, in other cases against billionaire land developers who want to build on the land here. And this process, which she calls guts on the table, has been used to begin these mediation sessions between these powers. But also on a smaller level, it's used as a dinner table conversation starter, as well as a way for elementary kids to introduce themselves. So it's very universal in that sense. Auntie Pua explains that the purpose of this activity is to help participants think from their gut. So Auntie Pua explains, your gut is the deepest place from which you think. It's a place where your mind, your heart, your intuition, and experience all come together. It's the place where your mana, or power, or your spiritual core lives. It's an exercise designed to help participants get deeper, faster. So guts on the table, this is what it looks like. So Auntie Pua begins facilitation sessions by asking those in the room to share 3 stories. And I'm sorry, I should have made a little slideshow so I could show this to you on the screen, but maybe you can just take notes or email me after. But she asked those in the room to share 3 stories. The first story is the story of your names, all of your names. So Auntie Pua explains that in modern times, we usually introduce ourselves with just our first names and leave out all of the other names which contain so much of our personal and family histories. So this is your opportunity to tell the story of how you are named and who named you, the meaning of your names and how you feel about your names. And when you tell the story of your names, you tell the story of your people, you tell the story of your family, and you tell that story about how you feel about your people and your family. So that's story number 1. The second story she asked everyone to share is the story of your community. And that's however one decides to define their community. And Auntie Pua explains that when people tell the story of their community, they tell the story of how they live as part of a group. So that's the second story. The third story she asked everyone to share is the story of your gifts. So she explains that this is usually the most difficult story to tell, and that we as a society, we too often feel that when we talk about our gifts, that we're going to come across as bragging. But the emphasis should be on sharing your gifts, not your skills, not your degrees, not your job titles, your gifts. And we want you to think really hard about what your family or your organization or your company or your community would be like if it were gift-based rather than skill-based. Okay, so just to recap, 3 stories: the story of your names, the story of your community, and the story of your gifts. And that's how she starts every single meeting. Okay, so when I guess because I never want to ask others to do something I'm not willing to do myself, I will put my guts on the table first. And while I'm sharing, I'm gonna count on at least one or two of you, depending on time, to volunteer to share theirs next. And I just want to say, typically we are actually in a room together and we're pairing up or going into triads. But in lieu of that, I'm just going to ask for a volunteer to share theirs. Okay. So first, the story of my names. My first name is Scott, and as normal and as common and as maybe boring of a name that is, there is a story behind it. My dad is a big basketball fan, and the year I was born, there was a rookie coming into the NBA. His name was Scottie Pippen. And obviously my dad wasn't quite the scholar of the family, but he loves sports, and that's one of his gifts. He can strike up a conversation with anyone at any time, often through sports. So that first name does have a lot of meaning to me. My middle name is Tetsuji, which in Japanese means compassionate philosopher. And you probably guessed it, my mom, some would say maybe the wiser, the deeper thinking parent of the two, came up with this name. She wanted me to be kind. She wanted me to be a thinker. She wanted me to solve problems with my mind and my heart rather than my fist. So I've always tried to live up to that middle name. My last name is Nishimoto, which means Western base. We've heard that it's a very common name in Hiroshima, which is where both branches of my family come from. And I always think it's just kind of fitting that a family that comes from Hiroshima, which is, ground zero to the atomic bomb that ended World War II, is so devoted to peace as we are. Okay, so that's the story of my names. The story of my community. I change the story of my community every time I do this exercise. And today I will tell the story of my neighborhood. So my neighborhood is it's a very interesting cross section of Hawaii. Many of the homes here are multi-generational, including my home. So I live with my Japanese grand aunt upstairs. We have an African-American single mom renting the floor below us. Across the street, a huge house with 4 generations of Native Hawaiians. Down the street, more affluent folks. We have a couple of Caucasian doctors from the continent. There's a lawyer and a judge next door. There's retired school teachers next door to them. And yeah, it's really cool. Recently, me and my 4-year-old, we've been walking the neighborhood and we share her artwork with them. And in return, they share fruit from their trees. And as I'm explaining this, I feel like I'm painting this picture perfect neighborhood in so many ways. It's very harmonious. It's a melting pot, diverse in income and culture. But at the same time, I remind myself that we're the lucky ones. And just a few miles away, there are families, native and immigrant alike, who are living paycheck to paycheck in 200 square foot studios. And just a few miles down from there towards the ocean, there's several homeless encampments, as Hawaii is home to one of the highest homelessness per capita rates in the nation. So that's part of my community as well. That's part of my neighborhood as well. And that's why I feel this responsibility to take care of our community. So that's the story of my community. And finally, the story of my gift. I would say that my greatest gift is my ability to make my kids laugh. So as Riva mentioned, I've got a 4-year-old and a 6-month-old. And I know that seems like kind of a trivial gift, but let me tell you why I think that is my most treasured gift. So there's this recent study here in Hawaii that showed that 42% of Native Hawaiian freshman females have considered self-harm. Again, 42% of Native Hawaiian freshman females have considered self-harm. And as I look at my daughter, who is a Native Hawaiian female, I am terrified for her and terrified for her peers. And, I'm going to do all that I can to ensure that she's resilient and she's loved and that her community around her loves her. But in the end, I'm well aware that it might be my ability to make her laugh, whether she's a 4-year-old or a 14-year-old. And that might be what she leans on at times. So I'm glad that I feel like I'm gifted at that. Okay, so those are my 3 stories. That's how often here in Hawaii, in these facilitated sessions, that's kind of how we introduce ourselves. typically much more abridged versions depending on how many people there are. But yeah, I'm really excited that I was able to share that with you folks. And in the spirit of making this as interactive as possible, like I said, I'd love to invite at least one person. Reva, I think we have time for one person at least, right? To put their guts on the table. Cool.
Yes, and I think Natasha was volunteering to put her guts on the table. So Natasha, if you're there, unmute yourself and go for it.
Hi, Reva. Hi, Scott. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Can.
Okay, thanks. So I was thinking to type it, but I won't. I love this exercise. Thank you for that. So I wrote a little bit about my name, and it's interesting because my background is Indian, but I was born and raised in Canada. Confusing a lot of people because when they meet me, they think I'm Russian, and I do have a Russian name. So that's the name part of it. And the community I belong to, I've traveled quite a bit and spent most of my adult life trying to retrieve my language and culture and feel connected as a global citizen so I can contribute back to where my parents hail, and also work towards helping and contributing back to my community here in Canada, which gave my parents their dreams, and subsequently me and my siblings who are really, really comfortable here. The other part of my community is I have a degree in Japanese history. So interesting that I got this exercise from you, but I studied Japanese history and language in UBC. I started at U of A in Edmonton, but at UBC in Vancouver, and then traveled and lived in Japan for 3 different times, but the longest time was outside Osaka in a rural town. So I have a host families, 4 of them really close to me, and feel really connected to the spirituality of Japanese culture, connection to nature. So I got a lot out of that from my university. And I'd say my gift is that being very comfortable wherever I am and not really feeling a sense of loss when I move or when I try to reroute myself somewhere. So it's just a very adaptable kind of resilient personality, seeing my parents disconnected, but then reconnected to different places. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much, Natasha. Thanks for sharing that story or those stories. Reva, do we have time for one more or should we wrap up? I was not keeping track of time.
Well,
I know we're over time as well.
Well, we are as a whole over time. There's about 14 of us left here. I think it's your call, Scott. You know what else you want to do.
Yeah, I can wrap up. I mean, this isn't the best venue to be doing this and to be sharing. You know, again, it's usually best in person when we can kind of get into small groups. So I'm glad I was at least able to demonstrate that. And Natasha, thank you so much for volunteering and putting your guts on the table. You know, I'm really grateful for this opportunity. And whenever I participate in Guts on the Table, either as a facilitator or as someone in the room, joining the room, I'm always reminded that this too is peace building. You know, peace building isn't only big talks with big world leaders. This is peace building as well. And I just wonder sometimes, you know, imagine if world leaders put the effort in connecting this way before these big meetings and understanding each other this way. And imagine if elementary children were accustomed to introducing themselves this way as kids and later on as adults. I envision a more peaceful future using this as a tool, one of many tools that we need. So please consider using Guts on the Table or a variation of it if you wish. Use it at your dinner tables with your kids and your spouses and your friends. Use it in your classrooms with your students. Use it in your communities. Use it in your neighborhoods. And use it as a way to build this connection with those who maybe you typically wouldn't have built connection otherwise. Okay. And again, keep in mind how versatile this is as a tool. It is not just for big conversations. It's for little ones as well at the dinner table or in a preschool classroom. So yeah, that's all I've got. Please feel to reach out to me at, I'm going to throw my email in the chat if that's okay. Scott.nishimoto at seedsofpeace.org. So feel free to reach out to me. Check out our website, seedsofpeace.org, to take a look at some of the great work we're doing here in Hawaii and maybe soon to be beyond Hawaii as well. Happy to speak further about what we do. But thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, Riva, for inviting me.
Thank you, Scott. It's always a wonderful time to be able to hear you and to hear about the work that your community is involved in. I'm going to now just turn it over to Gary for the last words.
Thank you so much, Revaji, and thank you all my dear friends who have enriched me personally today on the entire concept and dimensions of peace education and advocacy for non-violence and new ways of instilling peace into the community. It was really heartening to see how many varied fields, varied ways, varied experiments uh, we have been able to share here today. It's been a long 5 hour exercise, but I'm sure a lot of us are taking back with us a lot of memories, a lot of exercises, a lot of strategies, a lot of things that can be done in the community. Uh, we got to know about a podcast by the name of Speaking Up Peace, which is trying to amplify the voices from the grassroots and how people at the grassroots are trying to amplify, are working for promotion of peace and non-violence. Uh, we also got to know about the great effort that was put into Chambal Valley 50 years back, where efforts of non-violence and peace education brought uh, scores and hundreds of dacoits to surrender. We also got to know through Jill about uh, the transition of the entire concept of non-violent communities to the entire concept of non-violent economy. Uh, it was very interesting to see how Catherine and Lorena and all our friends showed the very sharp connection between nature and peace. The more peaceful the nature remains, the more peaceful our lives are. The more the nature gets exploited, the more our lives get exploited. The more we are violent with the nature, the more we become violent with ourselves. Uh, we also got to know about the Canadian experience of education, of working with children when we heard Christy and other friends. Uh, I think what was also interesting was when we heard our friend from Lucknow was about looking at non-violence and peace from other socio cultural dimensions, which included racism and caste-based discrimination. While at the other end, when we heard from Ashima and Roshan, we got to know about how arts are being used to promote peace, whether it is with children or adults or girls or boys or anyone. And same was said by Shonag, I believe. Uh, and from the Medina Institute, we also got to know about the entire Islamic concept of oneness and unity and how peace is to be seen in a more uh, as a bigger picture rather than being limited to a religion, but something that applies to every religion, something that applies to every human being. And of course, what we just witnessed with our friend from Seeds was very interesting about putting your guts on the table to actually transition from disconnection to connection and being able to identify yourself. So, thank you very much, friends, for joining us today. And please do visit our website, Speaking Our Piece. Leave your comments, listen to our podcast, share your thoughts, let us know your takeaways. And then, God willing, we should meet again soon. Thank you so much. I'll be now ending the live session. And